Chapter 16. Dennis and his two unpromised friends, Artur and Lev, were ecstatic that I was going to be part of their posse. But if they expected me to share their crazy enthusiasm for reckless strigoi hunting, they were about to be sorely disappointed. In fact, it didn't take long after I joined them before they realized that I was approaching the hunt very differently than they were. Dennis's friend Lev had a car, and we took turns driving to Novosibirsk. The drive was about 15 hours, and even though we stopped at a hotel for the night, it was still a lot of continuous time to be cooped up in a small space with three guys who couldn't stop talking about all the strigoi they were going to kill. In particular, they kept trying to draw me out. They wanted to know about how many strigoi I'd slain. They wanted to know what the battle at the academy had been like. They wanted to know my methods. Anytime my mind turned to those topics, though, all I could think of was blood and grief. It was nothing I wanted to brag about. And it took about 6 hours on the road for them to finally figure out that they weren't going to get much information from me. Instead, they regaled me with tales of their own adventures. To be fair, they'd slain several strigoi, but they'd lost a number of their friends, all of whom had been in their teens, like these guys. My experiences weren't that dissimilar. I'd lost friends too. My losses had been a result of being outnumbered, though. Dennis's group's casualties seemed to have been more due to rushing into without thinking. Indeed, their plan once we got to Novosibirsk wasn't really that solid. They reiterated that strigoi liked to hunt at places that were crowded at night, like dance clubs, or in remote places like alleys. That made for easy pickings. No one noticed as much when people disappeared from those kinds of places. So Dennis's plans mostly involved trolling those hot spots in the hopes that we'd run into strigoi. My initial thought was to immediately ditch this group and strike out on my own. After all, my main goal had been to simply get to Novosibirsk. With everything I'd learned now, it seemed logical that Siberia's largest city would be the next best place to look. Then, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that jumping into the strigoi scene alone would be as stupid as one of the unpromised gang's plans. I could use their backup. Plus, since I didn't actually know where Dimitri was yet, I had to come up with a method of getting some information. I'd need help for that. We made it to Novosibirsk at the end of the second day of driving. Despite hearing about its size, I hadn't imagined it would be anything like Moscow or St. Petersburg. And true, it turned out to be not quite as large as they were, but it was still just as much a city, complete with skyscrapers, theaters, commuters, and the same beautiful architecture. We crashed with a friend of theirs who had an apartment downtown, a damper named Tamara. Her English wasn't very good, but from the sounds of it, she was another unpromised one and just as excited as everyone else to rid the world of strigoi. She was a little older than the rest of us, which was why she had her own place. And was a cute brunette with freckles. It sounded as though she waited until whenever the guys came to town to hunt, which I took as a small blessing. At least she didn't go out alone. She seemed particularly excited to have another girl around, but like the others, she quickly picked up that I didn't share their enthusiasm. When our first night of strigoi hunting came around, I finally stepped up into a leadership position. The sudden change in behavior startled them at first, but they soon listened with rapt attention, still caught up in my superstar reputation. "Okay," I said, looking from face to face. We were in Tamara's tiny living room, sitting in a circle. "Here's how it's going to work. We're going to hit the nightclub scene as a group. Patrolling it and the alleys behind it 4-. Wait," interrupted Dennis. "We usually split up. Which is why you get killed," I snapped. "We're going as a group." "Haven't you killed strigoi by yourself, though?" asked Leviticus. He was the tallest of the group, with a long and lanky figure that was almost Moroi-like. "Yes, but I got lucky." "That." And I also just thought I was a better fighter than any of them. Call me arrogant, but I was a damned good guardian. Or near guardian. We'll do better with all 5 of us. When we find Strigoi, we've got to make sure we take care of them in an isolated place. I hadn't forgotten Sydney's warnings. But before we kill them, I need to talk to them. It'll be your job to restrain them. Why? Asked Dennis. What do you have to say to them? Actually, it's what they have to say to me. Look, it won't take long. And you'll get to make your kill in the end, so don't worry about it. But this next part went against my grand plans, but I knew I had to say it. I wouldn't get them killed for the sake of my own quest. If we get ourselves in a situation where you're trapped or in immediate danger, forget the talking and restraining. Kill. Save yourself. Apparently. I seemed confident and badass enough that they decided to go along with whatever I said. Part of our plan involved going undercover, so to speak. Any Strigoi who was close or got a good enough look would immediately recognize us as Dampiers. It was important that we not attract any attention. We needed a Strigoi scanning for victims to pass right over us. We needed to look like other human clubgoers. So we dressed the part, and I was a bit astonished at how well the guys cleaned up. Dennis, crazy or not, was particularly good-looking, sharing the same dark gold hair and brown eyes that his brother Nikolai had. My few changes of clothes weren't quite up to partying standards. So Tamara delved into her wardrobe for me. She seemed to take a lot of delight in finding things for me to wear. We were actually similar in size, which was kind of amazing. With her tall, super slim build, Lissa and I had never been able to share clothes. Tamara was my height and had a similar body type. She first offered me a short, tight dress that was so similar to the one Victoria had worn that I just shook my head and handed it back. The memories of our argument still hurt. And I wasn't going to relive that night or in any way play blood or dress up. Instead, Tamara settled for dressing me in black jeans and a black tank top. I consented to hair and makeup too. And studying myself in the mirror, I had to admit she did a good job. As vain as it was, I liked looking good. I especially liked that the guys looked at me in a way that was admiring and respectful but not like I was some piece of meat. Tamara offered me jewelry too. But the only thing I'd wear was the nazar around my neck. My steak required a jacket, but she found a sexy leather one that didn't take away from the rest of the outfit's appeal. Setting out around midnight, I couldn't help shaking my head. We're the goddamned hottest vampire hunters ever, I muttered. Dennis led us to a club where they'd found Strigoi before. It was also apparently where one of their unpromised friends had been killed. It was in a seedy part of town, which I guess added to its appeal for Strigoi. A lot of the people there were middle and upper-class young people, apparently drawn in by the dangerous aspect. If only they'd known just how dangerous it was. I'd made a lot of jokes to Dimitri about Russia and Eastern Europe being 10 years behind in music, but when we entered, I discovered the ground-thumping techno song playing was something I'd heard in the US just before leaving. The place was crowded and dark, with flashing lights that were actually a little annoying to damper eyes. Our night vision would adapt to the darkness and then be blasted when a strobe light kicked on. In this case, I didn't need my sight. My shadow-kissed senses didn't feel any Strigoi in the area. Come on, I said to the others. Let's dance for a while and wait. There are no Strigoi nearby. How do you know? Asked Dennis, staring at me in wonder. I just do. Stay together. Our little circle moved to the dance floor. It had been so long since I'd danced. And I was a bit surprised at how quickly I found myself getting into the rhythm. Part of me said I should have stayed ever vigilant. But my Strigoi alarm system would immediately snap me awake if any danger came. That nausea was kind of hard to ignore. But after an hour of dancing, no Strigoi had appeared. We left the dance floor and started circling the club's edges, then moved outside to sweep that area too. Nothing. Is there another club nearby? I asked. Sure, said Artur. He was stocky, with close-shaved hair and a ready smile. A couple blocks over. We followed him and found a similar scene, another secret club hidden in a rundown building. More flashing lights. More crowds. More pounding music. Disturbingly, what started to bother me first was the smell. That many people generated a lot of sweat. I had no doubt even the humans could smell it. To us, it was cloying. Tamara and I exchanged looks and wrinkled our noses, needing no words to convey our disgust. We moved to the dance floor again, and Lev started to leave to get a drink. I punched him in the arm. He exclaimed something in Russian that I recognized as a swear word. What was that for? He asked. For being stupid. How do you expect to kill something that's twice as fast as you while drunk? He shrugged, unconcerned, and I resisted the urge to hit him in the face this time. One won't hurt. Besides, there aren't even any dash. Be quiet. It was creeping over me. That weird stirring in my stomach. Forgetting my cover, I stopped dancing, scanning the crowd for the source. While I was relying on my senses to feel Strigoi, spotting them in the crowd was a bit harder. I took a few steps toward the entrance, and my nausea lessened. I moved toward the bar, and the feeling increased. This way, I told them. Act like you're still into the music. My tension was contagious, and I saw the anticipation sweep them as well as a little fear. Good. Maybe they'd take this seriously. As we headed in the bar's direction, I tried to keep my body language oriented toward it, like I was seeking a drink. All the while, my eyes swept the crowd's periphery. There. I had him. A male Strigoi was standing off in a corner, his arm around a girl close to my age. In the dim lighting, he almost seemed attractive. I knew closer examination would reveal the deathly pale skin and red eyes that all Strigoi had. The girl might not have been able to see them in the darkened club. Or the Strigoi might have been using compulsion on her. Probably both, judging from the smile on her face. Strigoi were able to compel others just as well as a spirit user like Lissa could. Better. Even. Before our eyes, I saw the Strigoi lead the girl down a small, unnoticed hallway. At the end, I could just make out a glowing exit sign. At least, I presumed it was an exit sign. The letters were Cyrillic. Any idea where that door goes? I asked the others. The guys shrugged, and Dennis repeated my question to Tamara. She answered back, and he translated. There's a small alley out back where they keep trash. It's between this building and a factory. No one's usually there. Can we get to it by going around the club? Dennis waited for Tamara's response. Yes. It's open on both sides. Perfect. We hurried out of the club by the front door, and I divided our group into two. The plan was to come at the Strigoi from both sides and trap him in the middle provided he and his victim were still out back. It was possible he could have led her elsewhere. But I thought it more likely he'd want to subdue her and get his blood right there, particularly if it was as deserted as Tamara said it usually was. I was right. Once my group had split off and peered around behind the club, I saw the Strigoi and the girl lurking in the shadow of a trash can. He was leaning over her, mouth near her neck, and I silently swore. They didn't waste any time. Hoping she was still alive, I came charging down the alley, the others on my heels. From the alley's other side, Dennis and Lev also came running. As soon as he heard the first footfall, the Strigoi reacted instantly, his staggeringly fast reflexes kicking in. He immediately dropped the girl, and in the space of a heartbeat, He chose Dennis and Lev over Artur, Tamara, and me. Not a bad strategy, really. There were only 2 of them. Because he was so fast. He probably hoped to incapacitate them quickly and then turn on us before we could flank him. And it almost worked. A powerful hit sent Lev flying. To my relief, a couple of trash cans blocked him from the building's wall. Hitting them wouldn't feel good, but if I had the choice, I'd rather hit metal cans than solid bricks. The Strigoi pounced on Dennis next. But Dennis proved remarkably fast. Unfairly, I'd assumed none of these unpromised had any real fighting skills. I should have known better. They'd had the same training as me. They just lacked discipline. Dennis dodged the blow and struck out low, aiming for the Strigoi's legs. The hit landed, though it wasn't strong enough to knock him over. A flash of silver showed in Dennis's hands, and he managed to partially swipe the Strigoi's cheek just before a backhanded slap knocked the damper into me. A cut like that wouldn't be lethal to the Strigoi, but the silver would hurt, and I heard him snarl. His fangs gleamed with saliva. I sidestepped Dennis quickly enough that he didn't knock me over. Tamara grabbed his arm, holding him so that he wouldn't fall either. She was fast too and had barely steadied him before leaping up at the Strigoi. He swatted her away but didn't manage to hit her hard enough to push her far. Artur and I were on him by that point, our combined force knocking him against the wall. Still, he was stronger and the pinning was brief before he broke free. A responsible voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like Dimitri's warned me that that had been my window to kill him. It would have been the smart and safe thing to do. I'd had the opening, and my stake was in my hand. If my crazy interrogation plan failed, the others' deaths would be on my head. As one, Artur and I leapt out again. "Help us!" I yelled. Tamara threw herself against the Strigoi, landing a swift kick to the stomach as well. I could feel him starting to shake us off. But then Dennis joined in too. Between the 4 of us, we wrestled the Strigoi down so that he lay back first on the pavement. But the worst wasn't over. Keeping him down wasn't easy. He thrashed around with incredible strength, limbs twisting everywhere. I heaved myself up, trying to throw my body's weight across his torso while the others restrained his legs. Another set of hands joined us, and I looked up to see Lev lending his strength too. His lip was bleeding, but his face was determined. The Strigoi hadn't stopped moving. But I felt satisfied he wouldn't break away anytime soon, not with all 5 of us holding him. Shifting forward, I placed the point of my stake at his neck. It gave him pause. But he soon resumed his struggle. I leaned over his face. "Do you know Dimitri Balaikov?" I demanded. He shouted something incomprehensible at me that didn't sound very friendly. I pressed the stake in harder and drew a long gash against his throat. He screamed in pain, pure evil and malice shining out from his eyes as he continued swearing in Russian. "Translate," I demanded, not caring who did it. What I said. A moment later, Dennis said something in Russian, presumably my question since I heard Dimitri's name in there. The Strigoi growled back a response. And Dennis shook his head. He says he isn't going to play games with us. I took the stake and slashed at the Strigoi's face, widening the gash Dennis had made earlier. Again, the Strigoi cried out. And I prayed club security wouldn't hear any of this. I gave him a smile filled with enough malice to match his own. "Tell him we're going to keep playing games with him until he talks. One way or another, he dies tonight. It's up to him whether it happens slowly or quickly." I honestly couldn't believe those words had come out of my mouth. They were so harsh, so, well, cruel. I'd never in my entire life expected to be torturing anyone, even a Strigoi. The Strigoi gave Dennis's translation another defiant response, and so I kept on with the stake. making gashes and cuts that would have killed any human, moroi, or damper. Finally, he shot off a string of words that didn't sound like his usual insults. Dennis immediately translated. He said he's never heard of anyone named that and that if Dimitri's a friend of yours, he'll be sure to kill him slowly and painfully. I almost smiled at the Strigoi last effort at defiance. The problem with my strategy here was that the Strigoi could be lying. I'd have no way of knowing. Something in his response made me think he wasn't. He'd sounded like he thought I was referring to a human or a damper, not a Strigoi. He's useless then, I said. I leaned back and glanced at Dennis. Go ahead and kill him. It was what Dennis had been dying to do. He didn't hesitate, his stake striking hard and swift through the Strigoi's heart. The frantic struggling stilled a moment later. The evil light faded from the red eyes. We stood up, and I saw my companions' faces watching me with apprehension and fear. Rose, asked Dennis at last. What are you hoping to dash? Never mind that. I interrupted, moving over to the unconscious human girl's side. Kneeling down, I examined her neck. He'd bitten her, but not much blood had been taken. The wound was relatively small and bled only a little. She stirred slightly and moaned when I touched her, which I took as a good sign. Carefully, I dragged her away from the trash can and out into the light where she'd be most noticeable. The Strigoi, however, I dragged into as dark a place as I could, almost completely obscuring him. After that, I asked to borrow Dennis's cell phone and dialed the number I'd kept crumpled in my pocket for the last week. After a couple of rings, Sydney answered in Russian. She sounded sleepy. Sydney? This is Rose. There was a slight pause. Rose? What's going on? Are you back in St. Petersburg? Yes, where are you? Novosibirsk. Do you guys have agents here? Of course. She said warily. Why? I've got something for you to clean up. Oh dear. Hey, at least I'm calling. And it's not like me ridding the world of another Strigoi is a bad thing. Besides. Didn't you want me to let you know? Yes, yes. Where are you? I put Dennis on the phone briefly so that he could explain our specific location. He handed the phone back to me when he finished. And I told Sydney about the girl. Is she seriously injured? Doesn't look like it, I said. What should we do? Leave her. The guy who's coming will make sure she's okay and doesn't go telling stories. He'll explain it when he gets there. Whoa, hey. I'm not going to be here when he arrives. Rose dash. I'm out of here. I told her. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone else that I called, say, like, Abe. Rose dash. Please, Sydney. Just don't tell. Or else, I hesitated. If you do, I'll stop calling when this happens. We're going to be taking down a few more. God, what next? First torture, now threats. Worse, I was threatening someone I liked. Of course, I was lying. I understood why Sydney's group did what they did, and I wouldn't risk the exposure. She didn't know that, though. And I prayed she'd think I was just unstable enough to risk revealing us to the world. Rose dash, she tried yet again. I didn't give her the chance. Thanks, Sydney. We'll be in touch. I disconnected and handed Dennis the phone. Come on, guys. We're not done tonight. It was clear they thought I was crazy to be interrogating Strigoi. But considering how reckless they were sometimes, my behavior wasn't quite weird enough for them to lose their faith in me. Soon they grew enthusiastic again. High on the idea of our first kill on this trip. My uncanny ability to sense Strigoi made me even cooler in their eyes, and I grew confident they'd pretty much follow me anywhere. We caught 2 more Strigoi that night and managed to repeat the procedure. The results were the same. Lots of insults in Russian. No new information. Once I was convinced a Strigoi had nothing to offer us, I'd let the unpromised go in for the kill. They loved it, but after that 3rd one, I found myself growing weary both mentally and physically. I told the group we were going to go home, and then, while cutting around the back of a factory, I sensed a 4th Strigoi. We jumped him. Another scuffle occurred. But we eventually managed to pin him as we had the others. Go ahead, I told Dennis. You know what to dash. I'm going to rip your throat out, the Strigoi snarled. Whoa. This one spoke English. Dennis opened his mouth to begin the interrogation, but I shook my head. I'll take over. Like the other Strigoi, he swore and struggled, even with the stake against his neck, making it hard for me to talk. Look, I said, growing impatient and tired, just tell us what we need to know. We're looking for a damper named Dimitri Belaikov. I know him. The Strigoi's voice was smug. And he's no damper. Without realizing it, I'd called Dimitri a damper. I was tired and had slipped up. No wonder this Strigoi was so pleased to talk. He assumed we didn't know about Dimitri turning. And like any arrogant Strigoi, he was happy to tell us more, clearly in the hopes of causing us pain. Your friend has been awakened. He stalks the night with us now, drinking the blood of foolish girls like you. In a split second, 1,000 thoughts raced through my head. Holy crap. I'd come to Russia thinking it would be easy to find Dimitri. I'd had those hopes dashed in his hometown, nearly causing me to give up, and I'd swung the other way, resigning myself to the near impossibility of my task. The thought that I might be close to something here was staggering. You're lying, I said. You've never seen him. I see him all the time. I've killed with him. My stomach twisted, and it had nothing to do with the Strigoi's proximity. Don't think about Dimitri killing people. Don't think about Dimitri killing people. I said the words over and over in my head, forcing myself to stay calm. If that's true, I hissed back, then I've got a message for you to deliver to him. Tell him Rose Hathaway is looking for him. I'm not your errand boy, he said, glowering. My stake slashed out, drawing blood, and he grimaced in pain. You're anything I want you to be. Now go tell Dimitri what I told you. Rose Hathaway. Rose Hathaway is looking for him. Say it. I pressed the point to his neck. Say my name so I know you'll remember. I'll remember it so I can kill you. The stake pressed harder, spilling blood. Rose Hathaway, he said. He spit at me but missed. Satisfied, I leaned back. Dennis watched me expectantly, stake poised and ready. Now we kill him? I shook my head. Now we let him go. Chapter 17. Convincing them to release a Strigoi, particularly when we had him trapped, wasn't easy. My questioning hadn't made sense to them either, but they'd gone along with it. Letting a Strigoi go? That was really crazy even for the unpromised. They exchanged uneasy glances with one another, and I wondered if they'd disobey. In the end, my harshness and authority won out. They wanted me as their leader and put their faith in my actions no matter how insane they seemed. Of course, once we did let the Strigoi go, we had the new problem of making sure he actually went. At first, he started to attack again, and then, realizing he'd probably get overwhelmed, he finally skulked off. He gave us one last menacing look as he disappeared into the darkness. I didn't think being taken down by a group of teenagers had done a lot for his self-esteem. He gave me in particular a look of hatred, and I shuddered at the idea of him knowing my name. There was nothing to be done about it now. I could only hope my plan had a chance of working. Dennis and the others got over me letting the Strigoi go once we made a few other kills that week. We fell into a routine, investigating clubs and dangerous parts of town, relying on my senses to tell us when danger was near. It was funny to me how much the group soon began to rely on my leadership. They claimed they wanted no part of the Guardian's rules and authority. But they responded surprisingly well to me telling them what to do. Well, more or less. Every once in a while, I'd see a bit of that unhinged recklessness. One of them would try to play hero. Underestimate a Strigoi, or go in without the rest of us. Our tour nearly ended up with a concussion that way. As the largest of all of us. He'd gotten a bit cocky and was therefore caught off guard when a Strigoi threw him into a wall. It had been a sobering moment for all of us. For a few agonizing moments. I'd feared our tour was dead and that it was my fault as their leader. One of Sydney's alchemists had come, though I'd made sure not to be around, lest Abe find me and had treated our tour. The guy said our tour would be fine with some bed rest, meaning he had to stop hunting for a while. It was hard for him to do and I had to yell at him when he tried to follow us one night. Reminding him of all their friends who had died before because of such stupidity. Out in the human world, Dampiers tended to run on human schedules. Now I put myself on a nocturnal schedule. Just like I'd been on at the academy. The others followed suit, except for Tamara, since she had a day job. I didn't want to be asleep during the time Strigoi prowled the streets. I had called Sydney each time we left a kill, and word had to be getting around in the Strigoi community that someone was doing a lot of damage. And if the Strigoi we'd released had carried my message, some of those Strigoi could specifically come looking for me. As days passed, our kills dropped a little. Making me think the Strigoi were indeed being cautious now. I couldn't decide if that was a good or bad thing, but I urged the others to be extra careful. They were beginning to revere me as a goddess, but I took no satisfaction in their adoration. My heart still ached from all that had happened with Lissa and Dimitri. I wrapped myself up in my task. Trying only to think of working the Strigoi community to get closer to Dimitri. But when we weren't out hunting Strigoi, I had a lot of downtime with nothing to do. And so I kept visiting Lissa. I'd known there were a lot of kids like Mia who lived at the royal court. Because their parents had jobs there. I didn't quite realize how many there were, though. Avery naturally knew them all. And to no one's surprise, at least not mine, most of them were spoiled and rich. The rest of Lissa's visit had been a series of other functions and formal parties. The more she listened to Royal Moroi talk business, the more it irritated her. She saw the same abuses of power she'd noted before. The same unfair way of distributing guardians like they were property. The controversial issue of whether Moroi should learn to fight alongside the guardians was also still a hot topic. Most of the people Lissa ran into at court were of the old-school mentality, let guardians fight and Moroi stay protected. After seeing the results of that policy and the successes that had happened when people like Christian and I tried to change it, hearing the selfishness among the Moroi elite, enraged Lissa. She welcomed her escapes from these events whenever she could, anxious to run wild with Avery. Avery was always able to find people to hang out with and attend parties of a much different nature than Tatiana's. Stifling court politics never came up at these parties. But there were still plenty of other things to drag Lissa's mood down. In particular, Lissa felt her guilt, anger, and depression over me spiraling deeper and deeper. She'd seen enough of Spirit's effects on her moods to recognize potential warning signs, though she hadn't been actively using Spirit while on this trip. Regardless of the mood's cause, she still continued to do her best to seek distraction and drown her depression. "Watch it," warned Avery one evening. She and Lissa were at a party the night before they had to fly back to the academy. A lot of those who lived at court had permanent housing. And this party was at the townhouse of some Selski who served as an aide on a committee Lissa didn't know. Lissa didn't really know their host either, but that didn't matter. Save that his parents were out of town. "Watch what?" asked Lissa, staring around the sights. The townhouse had a courtyard out back, lit up by tiki torches and strings of twinkling lights. There were drinks and food in full force, and some Moroi guy had a guitar out and was trying to impress girls with his musical skills which were non-existent. In fact, his music was so awful that he might have discovered a new way to kill Strigoi. He was cute enough, though, that his admirers didn't seem to care what he played. "This," said Avery, pointing at Lissa's martini. "Are you keeping track of how many of those you're taking down?" "Not from what I can tell," said Adrian. He was sprawled on a lounge chair nearby, a drink in his own hand. Lissa felt a bit amateur compared to them. While Avery was still her wild and flirtatious self, she didn't have the crazed or stupid air of someone completely trashed. Lissa didn't know how much the other girl had been drinking, but it was presumably a lot since Avery always had a drink in hand. Likewise, Adrian never seemed to be without a beverage, the effects of which mostly mellowed him out. Lissa supposed they had a lot more experience than her. She'd gone soft over the years. "I'm fine," lied Lissa, who was watching her surroundings spin a little and seriously contemplating joining some girls dancing on a table across the courtyard. Avery's lips quirked into a smile, though her eyes showed a bit of worry. "Sure. Just don't get sick or anything. That kind of thing gets around. And the last thing we need is everyone knowing that the Dragomir girl can't hold her liquor. Your family has a fierce reputation to maintain." Lissa downed the drink. "Somehow. I doubt alcohol consumption is part of my family's illustrious ancestry." Avery pushed Adrian over and lay down next to him on the lounge chair. "Hey, you'd be surprised. In 10 years. This group will be your peers on the council. And you'll be trying to pass some resolution, and they'll be like, 'Remember that time she got trashed and threw up at that party?'" Lissa and Adrian both laughed at that. Lissa didn't think she was going to get sick, but like everything else, she would worry about it later. The bright point of all this was that drinking was helping numb the memories of what had happened earlier in the day. Tatiana had introduced her to her future guardians. A seasoned guy named Grant and the young lady, who was named Serena. They had been nice enough, but their parallels to Dimitri and me had been overwhelming. Taking them on had seemed like a betrayal to us, yet Lissa had simply nodded and thanked Tatiana. Later, Lissa had learned that Serena had originally been lined up to be the guardian for a girl she'd known her entire life. The girl wasn't royal, but sometimes, depending on guardian numbers. Even non-royals got assigned guardians though, and never more than one. When positions for Lissa's protection opened up, however, Tatiana had pulled Serena from the job with her friend. Serena had smiled and told Lissa it didn't matter. Duty came first, she said, and she was happy to serve her. Yet Lissa felt bad, knowing it had to have been hard on both girls and terribly unfair. But there it was again, an unfair balance of power with no one to really keep it in line. Leaving that encounter, Lissa had cursed her own meekness. If she hadn't had the courage to follow me, she thought, she should have at least put her foot down and demanded that Tatiana give her my mother instead. Then Serena could have gone back to her friend. And there'd be one friendship still left intact in the world. The martini simultaneously seemed to numb the pain and make her feel worse, which honestly made no sense to Lissa. Whatever, she thought. And when she caught a glimpse of a server passing by, she waved him over to order more. "Hey, can I Ambrose?" She stared in surprise at the guy standing before her. If there'd been a swimsuit calendar for hottest damper guys, this one would have been the cover model, aside from Dimitri, but then, I was biased. This guy's name was Ambrose. And she and I had met him on our trip there together. He had deeply tanned skin and well-formed muscles underneath his gray button-down shirt. He was a particular oddity at court. A damper who'd rejected guardian service and performed all sorts of tasks here, like giving massages and, if rumor was true, having romantic encounters with the queen. That one still made me cringe. And I'd run into some pretty disgusting things in my life. Princess Dragomir, he said, flashing her one of his perfect white grins. An unexpected surprise. How have you been? She asked. Genuinely happy to see him. Good, good. I have the best job in the world, after all. And you? Great, she replied. Ambrose paused, eyeing her. He didn't drop that gorgeous grin. But Lissa could tell he didn't agree with her. She could see the disapproval in his face. Avery accusing her of drinking too much was one thing. But some pretty damper servant? Unacceptable. Lissa's demeanor grew cold, and she held out her glass. I need another martini, she said, her voice as haughty as that of any perfect royal. He sensed the change in her. And his friendly smile turned to one of polite indifference. Right away. He gave her a small bow and headed off to the bar. Geez, said Avery, watching admiringly as he walked away. Why didn't you introduce us to your friend? He's not my friend, snapped Lissa. He's nobody. Agreed, said Adrian, putting an arm around Avery. Why look elsewhere when you've got the best right here? If I hadn't known any better, I'd have sworn there was a hint of legitimate jealousy underneath his jovial tone. Didn't I go out of my way to bring you to breakfast with my aunt? Avery gave him a lazy smile. That's a good start. You've still got a ways to go to impress me, YAfiction. Her gaze drifted over Lissa's head and turned surprised. Hey, jailbait's here. Mia, with Jill in tow, came striding through the garden, indifferent to the shocked looks she received. The two of them were clearly out of place. Hey, said Mia when she reached Lissa's group. My dad just got called away, and I have to go with him. I've got to give Jill back. No problem, said Lissa automatically, though she clearly wasn't happy about Jill being there. Lissa still kept wondering if Christian had some special interest in her. Everything okay? Yeah, just business. Mia made her farewells to everyone and left the party as quickly as she'd come, rolling her eyes at the other royals' sneers and shock as she passed. Lissa turned her attention to Jill, who had sat gingerly in a nearby chair and was staring around her in wonder. How's it been? Did you have fun with Mia? Jill turned back to Lissa, face brightening. Oh yeah. She's really great. She's done so much work with water. It's crazy. And she taught me a few fighting moves, too. I can throw a right hook, although not very hard. Ambrose returned then with Lissa's drink. He gave it to her wordlessly and softened a bit when he saw Jill. You want anything? She shook her head. No, thanks. Adrian was watching Jill carefully. You okay here? Do you want me to take you back to guest housing? Like before, his intentions weren't romantic in the least. He seemed to regard her as a little sister, which I thought was cute. I hadn't thought him capable of that kind of protective behavior. She shook her head again. It's okay. I don't want you to have to leave, unless, her expression grew worried. Do you want me to go? Nah, said Adrian. It's nice to have someone responsible around in the midst of all this madness. You should get yourself some food, if you're hungry. You're so motherly, teased Avery. Echoing my thoughts. For whatever reason, Lissa took Adrian's responsible comment personally, like he was directly slamming her. I didn't think that was the case at all. But she wasn't really thinking all that clearly. Deciding she wanted some food herself, she got up and wandered over to the table in the courtyard's garden that had trays of appetizers on it. Well, it had earlier. Now the table was being used by the dancing girls Lissa had noticed before. Someone had cleared space by moving all the trays of food to the ground. Lissa leaned over and picked up a mini sandwich, watching the girls and wondering how they could find any sort of beat in that royal guy's horrible music. One of the girls spotted Lissa and grinned. She extended a hand. "Hey, come on up." Lissa had met her once but couldn't recall her name. Dancing suddenly seemed like a great idea. Lissa finished the sandwich and, drink in hand, allowed herself to be pulled up. This got a few cheers from people gathered around. Lissa discovered that the crappy music was irrelevant and found herself getting into it. Her and the other girls' moves varied from overtly sexual to mockeries of disco. It was all fun, and Lissa wondered if Avery would claim this would haunt her in 10 years too. After a while, she and the others actually attempted some synchronized moves. They started by swaying their arms in the air and then moved on to some chorus line kicks. Those kicks proved disastrous. A misstep Lissa was wearing heels suddenly sent her over the table's edge. She lost the drink and nearly collapsed before a pair of arms caught her and kept her upright. "My hero," she muttered. Then she got a good look at her savior's face. "Aaron?" Lissa's ex-boyfriend and the first guy she'd ever slept with looked down at her with a smile and released her once he seemed certain she could stand. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed. Aaron was handsome in a surfer kind of way. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Mia had seen him. She, Aaron, and Lissa had once been involved in a triangle worthy of any soap opera. "What are you doing here?" "We thought you disappeared," Lissa said. Aaron had left the academy a few months ago. "I'm going to school out in New Hampshire," he replied. "We're here visiting family." "Well, it's great to see you," said Lissa. Things hadn't ended well between them, but in her current state, she meant her words. She'd had enough booze to think it was great to see everyone at the party. "You too," he said. "You look amazing." His words struck her more than she would have expected. Probably because everyone else here had implied that she looked trashed and irresponsible. And breakup or no, she couldn't help but recall how attractive she'd once found him. Honestly, she still found him attractive. She just didn't love him anymore. "You should stay in touch," she said. "Let us know what's going on." For a moment, she wondered if she should have said that, in light of having a boyfriend. Then she dismissed her worries. There was nothing wrong with hanging out with other guys, particularly since Christian hadn't cared enough to come with her on this trip. "I'd like that," Aaron said. There was something in his eyes she found pleasurably disconcerting. "I don't suppose, though, that I could get a goodbye kiss, seeing as I rescued you and all?" The idea was preposterous then. After a moment, Lissa laughed. What did it matter? Christian was the one she loved, and a kiss between friends would mean nothing. Looking up, she let Aaron lean down and cup her face. Their lips met, and there was no denying it, the kiss lasted a bit longer than a friendly one. When it ended, Lissa found herself smiling like a dazed schoolgirl, which, technically, she was. "See you around," she said, heading back toward her friends. Avery wore a chastising look. But it wasn't over Aaron and the kiss. "Are you crazy? You nearly broke your leg. You can't do that kind of thing. You're supposed to be the fun one," pointed out Lissa. "It wasn't a big deal." "Fun isn't the same as stupid," Avery retorted, face serious. "You can't go do stupid shit like that. I think we should get you home." "I'm fine," said Lissa. She stubbornly looked away from Avery and instead focused on some guys who were doing shots of tequila. They were having some sort of competition and half of them looked ready to pass out. "Define fine," said Adrian Riley. Yet he looked concerned too. "I'm fine," Lissa repeated. Her gaze snapped back to Avery. "I didn't get hurt at all." She'd expected grief about Aaron and was surprised they hadn't given it to her, which made it even more surprising when it came from another source. "You kissed that guy," exclaimed Jill, leaning forward. Her face was aghast, and she displayed none of her usual reticence. "It was nothing," said Lissa, who was irked to have Jill reprimanding her of all people. "Certainly none of your business. But you're with Christian. How could you do that to him?" "Relax, jailbait," said Avery. "A drunken kiss is nothing compared to a drunken fall. God knows I've kissed plenty of guys drunk. And yet, I remain unkissed tonight," mused Adrian, with a shake of his head. "It doesn't matter." Jill was really worked up. She'd grown to like and respect Christian. "You cheated on him." With those words, Jill might as well have practiced her right hook on Lissa. "I did not," Lissa exclaimed. "Don't drag your crush on him into this and imagine things that aren't there." "I didn't imagine that kiss," said Jill, flushing. "That kiss is the least of our worries," sighed Avery. "I'm serious, just let it go for now, you guys. We'll talk in the morning." "But began Jill. "You heard her." "Let it go," a new voice growled. Reed Lazar had appeared out of nowhere and was looming over Jill, face as hard and scary as ever. Jill's eyes went wide. "I'm just telling the truth, I had to admire her courage here. Considering her normally timid nature." "You're pissing everyone off," said Reed, leaning closer and clenching his fists. "And you're pissing me off." I was pretty sure this was the most I'd ever heard him say. I tended to kind of think of him as a caveman, stringing three-word sentences together. "Whoa." Adrian leapt up and rushed to Jill's side. "You need to let this go." "What, are you going to start a fight with some girl?" Reed turned his glare on Adrian. "Stay out of this." "The hell I will." "You're crazy." If anyone had asked me to make up a list of people most likely to risk a fight in defense of a lady's honor, Adrian Ivashkov would have been low on that list. Yet there he stood. Face hard and hand sitting protectively on Jill's shoulder. I was in awe. And impressed. "Reed," cried Avery. She too had risen and now stood on Jill's other side. "She didn't mean anything. Back off." The two siblings stood there, eyes locked in some kind of silent showdown. Avery wore the harshest look I'd ever seen on her, and at last, he glowered and stepped back. "Fine. Whatever." The group stared in amazement as he walked abruptly away. The music was so loud that only a few of the partygoers had overheard the argument. They stopped and stared. And Avery looked embarrassed as she sank back in her chair. Adrian still stood by Jill. "What the hell was that?" Adrian demanded. "I don't know," Avery admitted. "He gets weird and overprotective sometimes." She gave Jill an apologetic smile. "I'm really sorry." Adrian shook his head. "I think it's time for us to go." Even in her drunken state. Lissa had to agree. The confrontation with Reed had shocked her into soberness, and she was suddenly uneasily evaluating her actions tonight. The glittering lights and fancy cocktails of the party had lost their charm. The drunken antics of the other royals seemed clumsy and stupid. She had a feeling she might regret this party tomorrow. Once back in my own head, I felt fear set in. Okay. Something was very wrong with Lissa, and no one else seemed to notice it well, not to the extent they should have. Adrian and Avery did seem concerned, but I had the feeling they were blaming her behavior on the drinking. Lissa was still reminding me a lot of how she'd been when we'd first returned to St. Vladimir's, when Spirit had been seizing her and messing with her mind. Except, I knew enough about myself now to realize that my anger and fixation on punishing Strigoi was being influenced by Spirit's dark side too. That meant I was draining it away from her. It should have been leaving Lissa, not building up. So what was wrong with her? Where was this short-tempered, crazy, and jealous persona coming from? Was Spirit's darkness simply growing in intensity so that it spread to both of us? Were we splitting it? Rose? Huh. I glanced up from where I'd been staring blankly at the TV. Dennis was looking down at me, his cell phone in his hand. Tamara had to work late. She's ready to go now, but... He nodded toward the window. The sun was almost down, the sky purple, with only a little orange on the horizon. Tamara worked within walking distance, and while there probably wasn't any real danger, I didn't want her out alone after sunset. I stood up. Come on. We'll go get her. To Lev and Artur I said, you guys can stay here. Dennis and I walked the half-mile to the small office where Tamara worked. She did assorted clerical tasks, like filing and copying, and there'd apparently been some project that kept her there late tonight. We met her at the door and walked back to the apartment without incident, talking animatedly about our hunting plans for the evening. When we reached Tamara's building, I heard a strange wailing across the street. We all turned, and Dennis chuckled. Good God. It's that crazy woman again, I muttered. Tamara didn't live in a bad part of town but, as in any city, there were homeless people and panhandlers. The woman we watched was almost as ancient as Yeva. And she regularly walked up and down the street, muttering to herself. Today, she lay on her back on the sidewalk, making strange noises while waving her limbs like a turtle. Is she hurt? I asked. Nope. Just crazy, said Dennis. He and Tamara turned to go inside, but some soft part of me couldn't abandon her. I sighed. I'll be right in. The street was quiet, aside from the old lady, and I cut across without fear of traffic. Reaching the woman, I held out my hand to help her out, trying not to think about how dirty hers was. Like Dennis had said, she merely appeared to be in crazy mode today. She wasn't hurt, she'd apparently just decided to lie down. I shuddered. I tossed the word crazy around a lot when it came to Lissa and me, but this was truly crazy. I really hoped Spirit never took us this far. The homeless lady looked surprised at the help but took my hand and began talking excitedly in Russian. When she tried to hug me in gratitude, I stepped back and held up my hands in the international back off signal. She did indeed back off but continued chatting happily. She grabbed the sides of her long coat and held them out like a ballroom skirt and began spinning around and singing. I laughed, surprised that in my grim world, this would cheer me up. I started to cross back over to Tamara's place. The old woman stopped dancing and began talking happily to me again. Sorry, I have to go, I told her. It didn't seem to register. Then she froze mid-sentence. Her expression gave me warning only half a millisecond before my nausea did. In one fluid motion, I spun around to face what was behind me, pulling my stake out as I moved. There was a Strigoi there, tall and imposing, having sneaked up while I was distracted. Stupid. I'd refused to let Tamara walk home alone, but I'd never even considered danger right outside my no. I wasn't sure if I said the word or thought it. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered just then was what my eyes saw before me. Or, rather, what my eyes thought they saw. Because surely, I had to be imagining this. It couldn't be real. Not after all this time. Dimitri. I knew him instantly, even though he'd changed. I think in a crowd of 1,000,000 people, would have recognized him. The connection between us would allow nothing else. And after being deprived of him for so long, I drank in every feature. The dark, chin-length hair, worn loose tonight and curling slightly around his face. The familiar set of lips, quirked now in an amused yet chilling smile. He even wore the duster he always wore. The long leather coat that could have come straight out of a cowboy movie. And then, there were the Strigoi features. His dark eyes, the eyes I loved ringed in red. The pale, death-white skin. In life, his complexion had been as tanned as mine, thanks to so much time outdoors. If he opened his mouth, I knew I'd see fangs. My whole assessment took place in the blink of an eye. I'd reacted fast when I'd felt him faster than he'd probably expected. I still had the element of surprise, my stake poised and ready. It was perfectly lined up with his heart. I could tell, then and there, that I could make the hit faster than he could defend. But the eyes. Oh God, the eyes. Even with that sickening red ring around his pupils. His eyes still reminded me of the Dimitri I'd known. The look in his eyes, the soulless, malicious gleam that was nothing like him. But there was just enough resemblance to stir my heart. To overwhelm my senses and feelings. My stake was ready. All I had to do was keep swinging to make the kill. I had momentum on my side. But I couldn't. I just needed a few more seconds. A few more seconds to drink him in before I killed him. And that's when he spoke. Rosa. His voice had that same wonderful lowness, the same accent, it was all just colder. You forgot my first lesson, don't hesitate. I just barely saw his fist striking out toward my head, and then I saw nothing at all. Chapter 18. Unsurprisingly, I woke up with a headache. For a few addled seconds, I had no idea what had happened or where I was. As drowsiness wore off, the events on the street came slamming back to me. I sat upright. All of my defenses kicking into action, despite the slight wooziness in my head. Time to figure out where I was now. I sat up on an enormous bed in a darkened room. No, not just a room. More like a suite or a studio. I'd thought the hotel in St. Petersburg was opulent, but this blew it away. The half of the studio I sat in contained the bed and usual bedroom accessories, a dresser, nightstands, etc. The other half looked like a living room area, with a couch and a television. Shelves were built into the walls, all of them filled with books. Off to my right was a short hall with a door at the end. Probably a bathroom. On my other side was a large picture window, tinted, as Moroi windows often were. This one had more tint than any I'd ever seen. It was almost solid black, nearly impossible to see through. Only the fact that I could differentiate the sky from the horizon after a fair amount of squinting let me know it was daytime out there. I slid off the bed. My senses on high alert as I tried to assess my danger. My stomach felt fine, there were no strigoi in the area. That didn't necessarily rule out some other person, however. I couldn't take anything for granted. Doing so was what had gotten me in trouble on the street. There was no time to ponder that, though. Not quite yet. If I did, my resolve here was going to falter. Sliding off the bed, I reached into my coat pocket for the stake. Gone, of course. I saw nothing else nearby that would pass as a weapon, meaning I'd have to rely on my own body to do my fighting. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a light switch on the wall. I flipped it on and froze, waiting to see what or who the overhead lights would unveil. Nothing unusual. No one else. Immediately, I did the first obvious thing and checked the door. It was locked, as I'd expected, and the only way of opening it was a numeric keypad. Plus, it was heavy and made of what looked like steel. It reminded me of a fire door. There was no getting past it, so I turned back around to continue my exploration. It was actually kind of ironic. A lot of my classes had gone over detailed ways of checking out a place. I'd always hated those, I'd wanted to learn about fighting. Now it appeared those lessons that had seemed useless at the time had real purpose. The light had brought the suite's objects into sharper relief. The bed was covered in an ivory satin duvet, filled to maximum fluffiness with down. Creeping over to the living room, I saw that the TV was nice, really nice. Large screen plasma. It looked brand new. The couches were nice too. Covered in matte green leather. It was an unusual color choice for leather, but it worked. All of the furniture in the place tables, desk, dresser was made of a smooth, polished black wood. In a corner of the living room, I saw a small refrigerator. Kneeling down, I opened it up to find bottled water and juice, assorted fruits, and bags of perfectly cut cheeses. On top of the refrigerator was more snack-type food, nuts, crackers, and some type of glazed pastry. My stomach growled at the sight of it, but no way was I going to eat anything in this place. The bathroom was done in the same style as the rest of the studio. The shower and large jacuzzi tub were made of black polished marble, and little soaps and shampoos lined the counter. A larger mirror hung over the sink, except, it wasn't actually hanging. It was embedded so tightly into the wall that there was absolutely no way it could be removed. The material was strange too. It looked more like reflective metal than glass. At first I thought that was strange, until I raced back out to the main room and looked around. There was absolutely nothing here that could be turned into a weapon. The TV was too big to move or break, short of cracking the screen, which looked like it was made of some high-tech plastic. There was no glass in any of the tables. The shelves were embedded. The bottles in the refrigerator were all plastic. And the window. I ran over to it, feeling along its edges. Like the mirror. It was fitted perfectly into the wall. There were no panes. It was one smooth piece. Squinting again, I finally got a detailed view of my outer surroundings and saw nothing. The land appeared to be rolling plains, with only a few scattered trees. It reminded me of the wilderness I'd traveled while going to Baya. I was no longer in Novosibirsk, apparently. And peering down, I saw that I was fairly high up. 4th floor, maybe. Whatever it was too high to jump without breaking a limb. Still, I had to take some sort of action. I couldn't just sit here. I picked up the desk's chair and slammed it into the window and achieved little effect on either the chair or the glass. Jesus Christ, I muttered. I tried 3 more times and still had no luck. It was like they were both made of steel. Maybe the glass was some kind of bulletproof industrial strength stuff. And the chair, well, hell if I knew. It was all one piece of wood and showed no signs of splintering, even after what I'd just put it through. But since I'd spent my whole life doing things that weren't that reasonable. And I slammed into the intruder, with the chair's legs pointing out. It was Dimitri. Those same conflicted feelings I'd felt on the street returned to me, love mingled with terror. This time. I pushed through the love, not flinching in my attack. Not that it did much good. Hitting him was like hitting the window. He shoved me back, and I staggered, still holding onto the chair. I kept my balance and charged once more. This time, when we collided, he grabbed a hold of the chair and ripped it from my hands. He then tossed it into the wall, like it weighed nothing. Without that meager weapon, it was back to relying on my own body's strength. I'd been doing it for the last couple of weeks with our Strigoi questioning, this should have been the same. Of course. I'd had 4 other people then as backup. And none of those Strigoi had been Dimitri. Even as a damper, he'd been hard to beat. Now he was just as skilled, only faster and stronger. He also knew all my moves, seeing as he'd taught them to me. It was almost impossible to surprise him. But just like with the window, I couldn't stay inactive. I was trapped in a room. The fact that it was a big, luxurious room didn't matter with a Strigoi. A Strigoi. That's what I had to keep telling myself. There was a Strigoi in here. Not Dimitri. Everything I'd told Dennis and the others applied here. Be smart. Be vigilant. Defend yourself. Rose, he said, deflecting one of my kicks effortlessly. You're wasting time. Stop. Oh, that voice. Dimitri's voice. The voice I heard when I fell asleep at night, the voice that had once told me he loved me. No. It's not him. Dimitri is gone. This is a monster. Desperately. I tried to think of how I could win here. I even thought of the ghosts I'd summoned on the road. Mark had said I could do that in moments of wild emotion and that they'd fight for me. This was as wild as emotion could get, yet I couldn't seem to call them. I honestly had no clue how I'd done it before, and all the wishing in the world couldn't make it happen now. Damn. What good were terrifying powers if I couldn't use them to my advantage? Instead, I pulled the DVD player off its shelf, cords ripping from the wall. It wasn't much of a weapon. But I was desperate now. I heard a strange, primal battle scream, and some distant part of me realized I was making it. Again, I ran at Dimitri, swinging the DVD player as hard as I could. It probably would have hurt a little if it had hit him. It didn't. He intercepted it again, taking it from me, and throwing it down. It smashed to pieces on the floor. In the same motion. He grabbed a hold of my arms to stop me from hitting or reaching for something else. His grip was hard, like it could break my bones, but I kept struggling. He tried reason again. Both of us wrapped naked in each other's arms. This isn't the Dimitri you knew. My hands were incapacitated, so I struck out with my legs and feet as best I could. It didn't do much. Without full use of the rest of my body for balance, I had no force to throw into my kicks. For his part, he looked more annoyed than truly concerned or angry. With a loud sigh, he grabbed me by the shoulders and flipped me around, pressing me against the wall and immobilizing me with the full force of his body. I struggled a little but was as pinned as the Strigoi had been when the others and I had gone hunting. The universe had a sick sense of humor. Stop fighting me. His breath was warm against my neck. His body right up against mine. I knew his mouth was only a couple inches away. I'm not going to hurt you. I gave another fruitless shove. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. And my head injury throbbed. You'll have to understand if I have a hard time believing that. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Now, if you're going to keep fighting, I'll have to tie you up. If you stop, I'll let you stay unrestrained. Aren't you afraid I'll escape? No, his voice was perfectly calm, and chills ran down my spine. I am not. We stood like that for almost a minute. Deadlocked. My mind raced. It was true that he probably would have killed me already if that were his intent, yet that gave me no reason to believe I was even remotely safe. Nonetheless, we were at a draw in this fight. Okay, draw wasn't entirely accurate. I was at a draw. He was toying with me. My head was throbbing where his blow had landed. And this pointless fighting would only take a further toll. I had to regain my strength in order to find a way to escape if I lived that long. I also needed to stop thinking about how close our bodies were. After our months of being so careful not to touch, this much contact was heady. I relaxed in his hold. Okay. He hesitated before letting me go, probably wondering if he could trust me. The whole moment reminded me of when we'd been together in the little cabin on the periphery of the academy's grounds. I'd been raging and upset, brimming with spirit's darkness. Dimitri had held me down then, too, and talked me out of that horrible state. We had kissed, then his hands had lifted my shirt, and no. Not here. I couldn't think about that here. Dimitri finally eased up, releasing me from the wall. I turned around, and all my instincts wanted to lash out and attack him again. Sternly. I reminded myself to bide my time so that I could gain more strength and information. Even though he'd let me go, he hadn't moved away. We were only a foot apart. Against my better judgment, I found myself taking him in again, like I had on the street. How could he be the same and yet so different? I tried my best not to focus on the similarities: his hair, the difference in our heights, the shape of his face. Instead, I concentrated on the Strigoi features, the red in his eyes and pallor of his skin. I was so fixated on my task that it took me a moment to realize he wasn't saying anything either. He was studying me intently, like his eyes could look right through me. I shivered. It almost seemed as though I captivated him the same way he captivated me. That was impossible, though. Strigoi didn't possess those kinds of emotions, and besides, the thought of him still having any affection for me was probably just wishful thinking on my part. His face had always been hard to read, and now it was overlaid with a mask of cunning and coldness that made it truly impossible to know what was on his mind. "Why did you come here?" he asked at last. "Because you hit me on the head and dragged me here. If I was going to die, I was going to go in true Rose style." The old Dimitri would have cracked a smile or given an exasperated sigh. This one remained impassive. "That's not what I meant, and you know it. Why are you here?" His voice was low and dangerous. I'd thought Abe was scary, but there was no competition at all. Even Zmay would have backed off. "In Siberia? I came to find you. I came here to get away from you." I was so shocked that I said something utterly ridiculous. "Why? Because I might kill you?" The look he gave me showed that he thought that was indeed a ridiculous thing to say. "No. So we wouldn't be in this situation. Now we are, and the choice is inevitable." I wasn't entirely sure what this situation was. "Well, you can let me go if you want to avoid it." He stepped away and walked toward the living room without looking back at me. I was tempted to try to do a sneak attack on him, but something told me I'd probably only make it about 4 feet before getting backhanded. He sat down in one of the luxurious leather armchairs, folding his 6'7" frame up as gracefully as he'd always done. God, why did he have to be so contradictory? He had the old Dimitri's habits mixed with those of a monster. I stayed where I was, huddled against the wall. "Not possible anymore. Not after seeing you now." Again, he studied me. It felt strange. Part of me responded with excitement to the intensity of his gaze, loving the way he surveyed my body from head to toe. The other part of me felt dirty, like slime or muck was oozing over my skin as he studied me. "You're still as beautiful as I remember, Rosa." Not that I should have expected anything different. I didn't know what to say to that. I'd never really had a conversation with a Strigoi, short of trading a few insults and threats in the midst of a fight. The nearest I'd come was when I'd been held captive by Isaiah. I actually had been tied up then, and most of the talking had been about him killing me. This, well, it wasn't like that, but it was still definitely creepy. I crossed my arms over my chest and backed up against the wall. It was the closest I could come to some semblance of a defense. He tilted his head, watching me carefully. A shadow fell across his face in such a way that it made the red in his eyes hard to see. Instead, they looked dark, just like they used to, endless and wonderful, filled with love and bravery. "You can sit down," he said. "I'm fine over here. Is there anything else you want? For you to let me go?" For a moment, I thought I saw a bit of that old wryness in his face, the kind he'd get when I made jokes. Studying him, I decided I'd imagined it. "No, Rosa. I meant, do you need anything here? Different food? Books? Entertainment?" I stared incredulously. "You make it sound like some sort of luxury hotel." "It is, to a certain extent. I can speak to Galina, and she'll get you anything you wish." "Galina?" Dimitri's lips turned up in a smile. "Well, kind of." I think his thoughts were fond, but the smile conveyed none of that. It was chilling, dark. And full of secrets. Only my refusal to show weakness before him stopped me from cringing. Galina is my old instructor, back from when I was in school. She's Strigoi? Yes. She was awakened several years ago, in a fight in Prague. She's relatively young for a Strigoi, but she's risen in power. All of this is hers. Dimitri gestured around us. And you live with her? I asked, curious in spite of myself. I wondered exactly what kind of relationship they had, and to my surprise, I felt jealous. Not that I had reason to. He was a Strigoi, beyond me now. And it wouldn't be the first time a teacher and student had gotten together. I work for her. She was another reason I returned here when I was awakened. I knew she was Strigoi. And I wanted her guidance. And you wanted to get away from me. That was the other reason, right? His only answer was a nod of his head. No elaboration. Where are we? We're far from Novosibirsk. Right? Yes. Galina's estate is outside the city. How far? That smile twisted a little. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to give you that sort of information. Then what are you doing? I demanded, all of my pent-up fear bursting out as anger. Why are you holding me here? Kill me or let me go. And if you're going to just lock me up and torture me with mind games or whatever, then I really would rather you kill me. Brave words. He stood up and began pacing once more. I almost believe you. They're true, I replied defiantly. I came here to kill you. And if I can't do that, then I'd rather die. You failed, you know. On the street. Yeah. I kind of figured that out when I woke up here. Dimitri made an abrupt turn and was suddenly standing in front of me, moving with that lightning-fast Strigoi speed. My Strigoi nausea had never gone away, but the more time I spent with him, the more it faded to a low-level sort of background noise that I could more or less ignore. I'm a little disappointed. You're so good, Rose. So very, very good. You and your friends going around and taking down Strigoi caused quite a stir, you know. Some Strigoi were even afraid. But not you? When I heard it was you, He turned thoughtful, eyes narrowing. No. I was curious. Wary. If anyone could have killed me, it would have been you. But like I said, you hesitated. It was your ultimate test of my lessons, and you failed. I kept my face blank. Inside, I was still beating myself up over that moment of weakness on the street. I won't hesitate next time. There won't be a next time. And anyway, as disappointed as I am in you, I'm still glad to be alive, of course. You aren't alive, I said through gritted teeth. God, he was so close to me again. Even with the changes to his face, the lean and muscled body was the same. You're dead. Unnatural. You told me a long time ago you'd rather die than be like this. That's why I'm going to kill you. You're only saying that because you don't know any better. I didn't either back then. Look, I meant what I said. I'm not playing your game. If I can't get out of here, then just kill me, okay? Without warning, he reached out and ran his fingers along the side of my face. I gasped. His hand was ice cold, but the way he touched me, again. It was the same. Exactly the same as I remembered. How was this possible? So similar, yet so different. All of a sudden, another of his lessons came to mind, about how Strigoi could seem so like those you'd once known. It was why it was so easy to hesitate. Killing you, well, it's not that simple, he said. His voice dropped to a low whisper again. Like a snake slithering against my skin. There's a third option. I could awaken you. I froze and stopped breathing altogether. No, it was the only thing I could say. My brain couldn't come up with anything more complex, nothing witty or clever. His words were too terrifying to even begin to ponder. No. You don't know what it's like. It's amazing. Transcendent. All your senses are alive, the world is more alive. Yeah, but you're dead. Am I? He caught hold of my hand and placed it over his chest. In it, I could feel a steady beating. My eyes widened. My heart beats. I'm breathing. Yeah, but, I tried desperately to think of everything I'd ever been taught about Strigoi. It's not really being alive. It's dark magic reanimating you. It's an illusion of life. It's better than life. Both of his hands moved up and cupped my face. His heartbeat might have been steady, but mine was racing. It's like being a god, Rose. Strength. Speed. Able to perceive the world in ways you could never imagine. And immortality. We could be together forever. Once, that was all I'd ever wanted. And deep inside of me, some part still wished for that, wished desperately to be with him for all time. Yet, it wouldn't be the way I wanted it. It wouldn't be like it used to be. This would be something different. Something wrong. I swallowed. No, I could barely hear my own voice, barely even form the words with him touching me like that. His fingertips were so light and gentle. We can't be. We could. One of his fingers trailed down the side of my chin and came to rest on the artery in my neck. I could do it quickly. There'd be no pain. It'd be done before you even knew it. He was probably right. If you were forced to become Strigoi, you had the blood drained from you. I don't know if it was because of my head trauma or the terror coursing through my body. I had envisioned 100 scenarios when I set out after Dimitri. Becoming a Strigoi hadn't been one of them. Shoving me away hard so that he stood protectively in front of me. 2 people entered, shutting the door before I could even consider running for it. One of the newcomers was a Strigoi, a guy. The other was a human woman carrying a tray, her head bowed down. I recognized the Strigoi immediately. It was hard not to, his face haunted my dreams. Blonde hair, about the length of Dimitri's. Hung over the side of a face that looked like he'd been in his early 20s when he turned. He had apparently seen Lissa and me when we were younger, but I had only seen him twice before. Once had been when I fought him on the academy's grounds. The other time was when I'd encountered him in the cave that other Strigoi were using as a hangout. He was the one who had bitten and turned Dimitri. The guy barely spared me a glance and instead turned the full force of his anger on Dimitri. What the hell is going on? I had no trouble understanding him. He was American. You're keeping some pet up here? It's none of your concern, Nathan. Dimitri's voice was ice. Earlier. I'd thought he conveyed no emotion in his words. Now I realized it was just more difficult to detect. There was a clear challenge in his voice now, a warning for this other guy to back off. Galena gave me permission. Nathan's eyes drifted from Dimitri to me. His anger turned to shock. Her. Dimitri shifted slightly, putting himself directly in front of me now. Some rebellious part wanted to snap that I didn't need a Strigoi's protection, except, well, I kind of did. She was at the school in Montana. We fought, his lips curled back, showing his fangs. I would have tasted her blood if that fire-using Moroi brat hadn't been around. This doesn't have anything to do with you, replied Dimitri. Nathan's red eyes were wide and eager. Are you kidding? She can lead us to the Dragomir girl. If we finish that line off, our names will be legendary. How long are you going to keep her? Get out, growled Dimitri. That's not a request. Nathan pointed at me. She's valuable. If you're going to keep her around as some blood whore plaything, at least share. Then, we'll get the information and finish her. Dimitri took a step forward. Get out of here. If you lay a hand on her, I will destroy you. I will rip your head off with my bare hands and watch it burn in the sun. Nathan's fury grew. Galina won't allow you to play house with this girl. Even you don't have that much favor. Don't make me tell you to leave again. I'm not in a patient mood today. Nathan said nothing. And the two Strigoi stood there in a staring match. I knew Strigoi strength and power were partially related to age. Nathan had obviously been turned first. I didn't know by how much. But watching them, I got the feeling that Dimitri might be stronger or that it was at least a very, very even match. I could have sworn I saw a glimpse of fear in Nathan's red eyes. But he turned away before I could get a good look. This isn't over, he snapped, moving toward the door. I'm talking to Galina. He left, and for a moment, nobody moved or spoke. Then Dimitri looked at the human woman and said something in Russian. She'd been standing there, frozen. Leaning over, she carefully placed her tray on the coffee table by the couch. She lifted a silver lid up, revealing a plate of pepperoni pizza loaded with cheese. Under any other circumstances, someone bringing me pizza in a Strigoi home would have been ludicrous and funny. Now, in the wake of Dimitri's threat to turn me Strigoi and Nathan's desire to use me to get to Lissa, nothing was funny. Even Rose Hathaway had limits when it came to making jokes. Next to the pizza was a huge brownie, thick with frosting. Food I loved, as Dimitri well knew. Lunch, he said. Not poisoned. Everything on the tray looked amazing, but I shook my head. I'm not going to eat. He arched an eyebrow. Do you want something else? I don't want anything else because I'm not going to eat anything at all. If you aren't going to kill me, then I'll do it myself. It was occurring to me that the sweet's lack of weapons was probably for my own protection as much as theirs. By starving to death? There was dark amusement in his eyes. I'll awaken you long before then. Why aren't you just doing it now? Because I'd rather wait for you to be willing. Man, he really did sound like Abe. Except that breaking one's kneecaps seemed kind of softcore in comparison. You're going to be waiting a long time, I said. Dimitri laughed out loud then. His laughter had been rare as a damper. And hearing it had always thrilled me. Now it no longer had that rich warmth that had wrapped all around me. It was cold and menacing. We'll see. And before I could form a reply, he moved in front of me again. His hand snaked behind my neck, shoving me against him, and he tilted my face up, pressing his lips against mine. They were as cold as the rest of his skin, and yet there was something warm in there, too. Some voice in me screamed that this was sick and horrible, but at the same time, I lost track of the world around me as we kissed and could almost pretend we were back together in the cabin. He pulled away as quickly as he'd moved in, leaving me gasping and wide-eyed. Casually. Like nothing had happened, he gestured to the woman. This is Inna. She looked up at the sound of her name, and I saw she was no older than me. She works for Galina too and will check in on you. If you need anything, let her know. She doesn't speak much English, but she'll figure it out. He said something else to her, and she meekly followed him to the door. Where are you going? I asked. I have things to do. Besides, you need time to think. There's nothing to think about. I forced as much defiance into my words as I could. It must not have sounded very fierce, though. Because all my speech earned me was one mocking smile before he left with Inna, leaving me alone in my luxurious prison. Chapter 19. For someone who had preached to Dennis about impulse control, I wasn't setting a very good example. Once left alone in the suite, I continued trying everything possible to get out emphasis on the try part. Nathan had acted like keeping a prisoner was a rare thing, but from what I could tell, this place had been built to hold people in. The door and window remained impassable. No matter how hard I beat at them or threw objects against them. I didn't bother with the chair this time and instead used one of the living room's end tables, hoping it would carry some extra heft. It didn't. When that didn't work, I actually tried entering random codes into the door's keypad. Also useless. Finally, exhausted, I collapsed onto the leather sofa and tried to assess my options. The process didn't take very long. I was trapped in a house full of strigoi. Okay, I didn't know that for sure, but I knew there were at least 3 here, which was far too many for me. Dimitri had referred to this place as an estate, which I didn't find comforting. Estates were big. The fact that I appeared to be on the 4th floor was proof of that. A big place meant that there could be lots of room for lots of vampires. The one comfort I had was that strigoi didn't cooperate very well. Finding large groups of them working together was rare. I'd observed it a couple of times, the attack on the academy being one such occasion. They'd come then because the school's wards had dropped. And that had been a big enough incentive for the strigoi to unite. Even when they did try to work together, the unions were usually short-lived. The friction I'd observed between Dimitri and Nathan was proof of that. Dimitri. I closed my eyes. Dimitri was the reason I was here. I'd come to free him from this state of living death and had promptly failed, just as he'd said. Now, it appeared I might be on the verge of joining him. Yeah, good job, Rose. I shivered. Trying to imagine myself as one of them. Red rings around my pupils. Tanned skin gone pale. I couldn't picture it, and I supposed I'd never have to actually see myself if it happened. Strigoi cast no reflections. It would make doing my hair a real pain in the ass. The scariest change of all would be within, the loss of my connection to my soul. Both Dimitri and Nathan had been cruel and antagonistic. Even if I hadn't been around to start the fight, it probably wouldn't have taken long for them to find some other reason to turn on each other. I was combative, but it was always driven by some passion for others. Strigoi fought because they relished the bloodshed. I didn't want to be like that. Seeking blood and violence because I enjoyed it. I didn't want to believe that of Dimitri either, but his actions had already branded him as a strigoi. I also knew what he had to have been eating this whole time to survive. Strigoi could go longer without blood than moroi, but it had been over a month since he was turned. There was no question he had fed, and strigoi almost always killed their victims to eat. I couldn't picture that of Dimitri, not the man I'd known. I opened my eyes. The topic of feeding had brought my lunch to mind. Pizza and brownies. 2 of the most perfect foods on the planet. The pizza had long gone cold during my escape efforts, but as I stared at the plate, both it and the brownie looked delicious. If the outside light was any indication, it hadn't been a full 24 hours since Dimitri had caught me, but it was getting pretty close. That was a long time to go without food, and I wanted to eat that pizza badly, cold or not. I didn't really want to starve to death. Of course, I didn't want to become strigoi either. But this situation was quickly running away from what I wanted. Starvation took a long time, and I suspected Dimitri was right. He'd turn me long before I had a chance to truly starve. I'd have to find some other way to die. God, not that I wanted that at all, and in the meantime, I decided I might as well keep up my strength on the feeble chance I might be able to escape. Once the decision was made, I gobbled down the food in about 3 minutes. I had no idea who strigoi hired to do their cooking. Hell, strigoi couldn't even eat regular food. Unlike moroi, but it was fantastic. Some wry part of me noted that I'd been given food that required no silverware. They really had thought of every possible way I might get my hands on a weapon. My mouth was full of my last giant bite of brownie when the door suddenly opened. Inna slipped deftly inside, the door shutting almost immediately. Son of a bitch. Or at least I tried to say that through my mouthful of food. While I'd been debating whether to eat or not, I should have been staking out the door. Dimitri had said Ina would check in on me. I should have been waiting to overpower her. Instead, she'd gotten in while I wasn't paying attention. Once again, I'd slipped up. Just like when she was around Dimitri and Nathan. Ina made very little eye contact. She held a pile of clothes in her arms and paused in front of me, holding them out. Uncertain, I took them from her and set them beside me on the couch. Thanks, I said. Pointing at the empty tray, she actually glanced up at me shyly, a question in her brown eyes. Seeing her straight on, I was surprised at how pretty she was. She might even have been younger than me, and I wondered how she'd ended up being forced to work here. Understanding her query, I nodded. Thanks. She picked the tray up and waited a moment. I wasn't sure why, then it occurred to me she must be waiting to see if I wanted anything else. I was pretty sure the combination to the lock wouldn't translate very well. I shrugged and waved her off, my mind spinning as I watched her approach the door. I should wait for her to open the door and then jump her, I thought. Immediately, a gut reaction sprang up in me. Hesitation at striking out at an innocent. Another thought squashed that one, it's me or her. I tensed. Ina pressed herself close to the door as she punched in the combination, effectively blocking my view. Judging by how long she was punching in numbers, the code appeared to be pretty long. The door clicked open, and I braced myself to act. Then I decided against it at the last moment. For all I knew, there could be an army of Strigoi out there. If I was going to use Ina to escape, I probably only had one opportunity. I needed to make it count. So, instead of leaping up, I shifted slightly so that I could see beyond her. She was just as fast as before, slipping out as soon as the door unlocked. But in that moment, I caught a glimpse of a short corridor and what looked like another heavy door. Interesting. Double doors on my prison. If I did follow her, that would prevent me from making an immediate escape. She could simply wait by the other locked door, holding out until Strigoi backup showed up. That made things more difficult, but understanding the setup at least gave me a spark of hope. I just needed to figure out what to do with this information, provided I hadn't screwed myself by not acting now. For all I knew, Dimitri was about to walk in and turn me into a Strigoi. I sighed. Dimitri, Dimitri, Dimitri. Looking down, I took the time to actually see what she'd brought me. My current attire wasn't bothering me, but if I stayed here much longer, my jeans and t-shirt were going to get pretty gross. Like Tamara, someone wanted to dress me up. The clothes Ina had brought were all dresses and all in my size. A red silk sheath. A long-sleeved, form-fitting knit dress edged in satin. An empire waist, ankle-length chiffon gown. Oh, great. I'm a doll. Digging deeper into the stack, I discovered there were a few nightshirts and nightgowns tucked in there as well as some underwear and bras. All of those were satin and silk. The most casual item in the whole lot was a forest green sweater dress, but even it was made of the softest cashmere. I held it up, trying to imagine myself making a daring escape in it. Nope. With a shake of my head, I heedlessly tossed all of the clothes onto the floor. Looked like I'd be wearing grungy clothes for a while. I paced around after that, turning over futile escape plans that I'd already spun around in my head a million times. In walking, I realized how tired I was. Aside from the blackout when Dimitri had hit me, I hadn't slept in over a day. Deciding how to handle this was like deciding how to deal with the food. Let down my guard or not. I needed strength, but each concession I made put me more at risk. At last, I gave in, and as I lay down on the massive bed, an idea suddenly occurred to me. I wasn't totally without help. If Adrian came to visit me in my sleep, I could tell him what had happened. True, I'd told him to stay away last time, but he'd never listened to me before. Why should this time be any different? I focused on him as hard as I could while I waited for sleep to come. As though my thoughts might act as some sort of bat signal and summon him. It didn't work. There was no visit in my dreams, and when I woke up, I was surprised at just how much that hurt me. Despite Adrian's infatuation with Avery, I couldn't help but recall how kind he'd been to Jill the last time I saw them. He was worried about Lissa, too. And he'd displayed none of his usual carefree bravado. He'd been serious and, well, sweet. A lump formed in my throat. Even if I had no romantic interest in him, I'd still treated him badly. I'd lost both our friendship and any chance of calling for help through him. The soft rustling of paper snapped me from my musings and I jerked upright. Someone was in the living room. His back to me as he sat on the couch, and it took me only a moment to recognize who. Dimitri. What are you doing here? I asked, climbing out of bed. In my groggy state. I hadn't even registered the nausea. Waiting for you to wake up, he said, not bothering to turn around. He was overly confident in my inability to inflict damage as well he should have been. Sounds kind of boring. I walked into the living room, moving myself far to the side of him and leaning against the wall. I crossed my arms over my chest. Again taking comfort in that meaningless protective posture. Not so boring. I had company. He glanced over at me and held up a book. A Western. I think that shocked me almost as much as his altered appearance. There was something so normal about it all. He'd loved Western novels when he was a damper. And I'd often teased him about wanting to be a cowboy. Somehow, I'd imagined that hobby would go away when he turned. Irrationally hopeful. I studied his face as though I might see some radical change, like maybe he'd turn back to the way he'd been while I slept. Maybe the last month and a half had been a dream. Nope. Red eyes and a hard expression looked back at me. My hopes shattered. You slept for a long time, he added. I dared a quick look at the window. Totally black. It was nighttime. Damn. I'd only wanted a 2-hour power nap. And you ate. The amusement in his voice grated at me. Yeah, well, I'm a sucker for pepperoni. What do you want? He placed a bookmark in the book and set it on the table. To see you. Really? I thought your only goal was to make me one of the living dead. He didn't acknowledge that. Which was a bit frustrating. I hated feeling like what I had to say was being ignored. Instead, he tried to get me to sit down. Aren't you tired of always standing? I just woke up. Besides, if I can spend an hour tossing furniture around, a little standing isn't that big a deal. I didn't know why I was throwing out my usual witty quips. Honestly, considering the situation, I should have just ignored him. I should have stayed silent instead of playing into this game. I guess I kind of hoped that if I made the jokes I used to, I'd get some kind of response from the old Dimitri. I repressed a sigh. There I was again, forgetting Dimitri's own lessons. Strigoi were not the people they used to be. Sitting's not that big a deal either, he replied. I told you before, I'm not going to hurt you. Hurt is kind of a subjective term. Then, in a sudden decision to seem fearless, I walked over and sat in the armchair across from him. Happy now? He tilted his head, and a few pieces of brown hair escaped from where he'd pulled it back in a small ponytail. You still stay beautiful, even after sleeping and fighting. His eyes flicked down to the clothes I'd tossed on the floor. You don't like any of them? I'm not here to play dress-up with you. Designer clothes aren't going to suddenly get me on board with joining the Strigoi Club. He gave me a long, penetrating stare. Why don't you trust me? I stared back. Only my stare was one of disbelief. How can you ask that? You abducted me. You kill innocent people to survive. You aren't the same. I'm better, I told you. And as for innocent, he shrugged. No one's really innocent. Besides, the world is made up of predators and prey. Those who are strong conquer those who are weak. It's part of the natural order. You used to be into that. If I remember correctly. I looked away. Back at school, my favorite non-guardian class had been biology. I'd loved reading about animal behavior, about the survival of the fittest. Dimitri had been my alpha male, the strongest of all the other competitors. It's different, I said. But not in the way you think. Why should drinking blood be so strange to you? You've seen Moroi do it. You've let Moroi do it. I flinched, not really wanting to dwell on how I used to let Lissa drink from me while we lived among humans. I certainly didn't want to think about the rush of endorphins that had come with that and how I'd nearly become an addict. They don't kill. They're missing out. It's incredible, he breathed. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. To drink the blood of another, to watch the life fade from them and feel it pour into you, it's the greatest experience in the world. Listening to him talk about killing others increased my nausea. It's sick and wrong. It happened so fast that I didn't have any time to react. Dimitri leapt out and grabbed me, pulling me to him and spreading me out on the couch. With his arms still wrapped around me, he positioned himself so that he was half beside me and half on top. I was too stunned to move. No. It's not. And that's where you have to trust me. You'd love it. I want to be with you, Rose. Really be with you. We're free of the rules that others put on us. We can be together now, the strongest of the strong, taking everything we want. We can eventually be as strong as Galena. We could have a place just like this, all our own. While his bare skin was still cold, the press of the rest of his body against mine was warm. The red in his eyes practically gleamed while this close, and as he spoke, I saw the fangs in his mouth. I was used to seeing fangs on Moroi, but on him, it was sickening. I briefly toyed with the idea of trying to break free but promptly dismissed it. If Dimitri wanted to hold me down, I would stay down. I don't want any of this, I said. Don't you want me? He asked with a wicked smile. You wanted me once. No, I said, knowing I lied. What do you want then? To go back to the academy? To serve Moroi, who will throw you into danger without a second thought? If you wanted that kind of life, why did you come here? I came to free you. I am free. He responded. And if you'd really intended to kill me, you would have. He shifted slightly, resting his face close to my neck. You couldn't. I messed up. It won't happen again. Suppose that were true. Suppose you were able to kill me now. Suppose you were even able to escape. What then? Will you go back home? Will you return to Lissa and let her continue bleeding spirit's darkness into you? I don't know, I replied stiffly. And it was the truth. My plans had never gone past finding him. It will consume you, you know. As long as she continues to use her magic, no matter how far away you go, you'll always feel the side effects. At least as long as she's alive. I stiffened in his arms and moved my face away. What's that mean? Are you going to join Nathan and hunt her down? What happens to her is no concern of mine, he said. You are. If you were awakened, Lissa would no longer be a threat to you. You'd be free. The bond would break. And what would happen to her? She'd be left alone. Like I said, that's no concern of mine. Being with you is. Yeah. Well, I don't want to be with you. He turned my face toward him so that we were looking at each other again. Once more. I had that weird feeling of being with Dimitri and not with Dimitri. Love and fear. He narrowed his eyes. I don't believe you. Believe what you want. I don't want you anymore. His lips quirked into one of those scary, smirking smiles. You're lying. I can tell. I've always been able to. It's the truth. I wanted you before. I don't want you now. If I kept saying it, it would be true. He moved closer to me, and I froze. If I shifted even half an inch, our lips would touch. My exterior, my power, yes, that's different. Better. But otherwise, I'm the same, Rosa. My essence hasn't changed. The connection between us hasn't changed. You just can't see it yet. Everything's changed. With his lips so close, all I kept thinking about was that brief, passionate kiss he'd given me the last time he was here. No, no, no. Don't think about that. If I'm so different, then why don't I force you into an awakening? Why am I giving you the choice? A snappy retort was on my lips, but then it died. That was an excellent question. Why was he giving me the choice? Strigoi didn't give their victims choices. They killed mercilessly and took what they wanted. If Dimitri truly wanted me to join him, then he should have turned me as soon as he had me. More than a day had passed. And he'd showered me with luxury. Why? If he turned me, I had no doubt that I'd become as twisted as him. It would make everything a lot simpler. He continued when I remained silent. And if I'm so different, then why did you kiss me back earlier? I still didn't know what to say, and it made his smile grow. No answer. You know I'm right. His lips suddenly found mine again. I made a small sound of protest and tried vainly to escape his embrace. He was too strong, and after a moment, I didn't want to escape. That same sensation as before flooded me. His lips were cold. But the kiss burned between us. Fire and ice. And he was right, I did kiss him back. Desperately, that rational part of me screamed that this was wrong. Last time. He'd broken the kiss before too much could happen. Not this time. And as we continued kissing now, that rational voice in me grew smaller and smaller. The part of me that would always love Dimitri took over, exulting in the way his body felt against mine, the way he wound my hair around one of his hands, letting the fingers get tangled up. His other hand slid up the back of my shirt, cold against my warm skin. I pushed myself closer to him and felt the pressure of the kiss increase as his own desire picked up. Then, in the midst of it all, my tongue lightly brushed against the sharp point of one of his fangs. It was like a bucket of cold water tossed upon me. With as much strength as I could muster. I jerked my head away, pulling out of the kiss. I could only guess that his guard had been momentarily down, allowing me that small escape. My breathing was heavy, my whole body still wanting him. My mind, however, was the part of me in control for now, at least. God, what had I been doing? It's not the Dimitri you knew. It's not him. I'd been kissing a monster. But my body wasn't so sure. No, I murmured, surprised by how pathetic and pleading I sounded. No. We can't do this. Are you sure? He asked. His hand was still in my hair. And he forcibly turned my head so that I was face to face with him again. You didn't seem to mind. Everything can be just like it was before, like it was in the cabin. You certainly wanted it then. The cabin. No, I repeated. I don't want that. He pressed his lips against my cheek and then made a surprisingly gentle trail of kisses down to my neck. Again, I felt my body's yearning for him, and I hated myself for the weakness. What about this? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Do you want this? I felt it. The sharp bite of teeth into my skin as he closed his mouth down on my neck. For half an instant. It was agonizing. Painful and horrible. And then, just like that, the pain disappeared. A rush of bliss and joy poured through me. It was so sweet. I had never felt so wonderful in my life. It reminded me a little of how it had been when Lissa drank from me. That had been amazing, but this was 10 times better. 100 times better. The rush from a strigoi bite was greater than that of a morois. It was like being in love for the first time, filled with that all-consuming, joyous feeling. When he pulled away, it felt like all the happiness and wonder in the world had vanished. He ran a hand over his mouth, and I stared at him wide-eyed. My initial instinct was to ask why he'd stopped, but then, slowly, I reached inside myself to fight past the blissful daze that his bite had sent me into. Why, what? My words slurred a little. You said it would be my choice. It still is, he said. His own eyes were wide, his breathing heavy too. He'd been just as affected as me. I'm not doing this to awaken you, Rosa. A bite like this won't turn you. This is just for fun. Then, his mouth moved back to my neck to drink again, and I lost track of the world. Chapter 20. The days after that were like a dream. In fact, I honestly can't say how many days even passed. Maybe it was 1. Maybe it was 100. I lost track of day and night too. My time was divided into Dimitri or not Dimitri. He was my world. When he wasn't there, the moments were agony. I'd pass them as best I could, but they seemed to drag on forever. The TV was my best friend during those times. I'd lie on the couch for hours, only half following what was going on. In keeping with the rest of the suite's luxury, I had access to satellite television, which meant we were actually pulling in some American programming. Half the time, though, I wasn't sure that it really made a difference to me if the language was Russian or English. Ina continued her periodic checks on me. She brought my meals and did my laundry. I was wearing the dresses now and waited around in that silent way of hers to see if I needed anything else. I never did, at least not from her. I only needed Dimitri. Each time she left, some distant part of me remembered I was supposed to do something, follow her, that was it. I'd had some plan to check out the exit and use her as a way to escape, right? Now, that plan no longer held the appeal. It seemed like a lot of work. And then, finally, Dimitri would visit. And the monotony would be broken. We'd lie together on my bed, wrapped in each other's arms. We never had sex. But we'd kiss and touch and lose ourselves in the wonder of each other's bodies, sometimes with very little clothing. After a while, I found it hard to believe I'd once been afraid of his new appearance. Sure, the eyes were a bit shocking, but he was still gorgeous, still unbelievably sexy. And after we'd talked and made out for a while for hours, sometimes I'd let him bite me. Then I'd get that rush, that wonderful, exquisite flood of chemicals that lifted me from all my problems. Whatever doubts I'd had about God's existence vanished in those moments, because surely I was touching God when I lost myself in that bite. This was heaven. Let me see your neck, he said one day. We were lying together as usual. I was on my side, and he was snuggled up against my back, one arm draped around my waist. I rolled over and brushed my hair away from where it had fallen over my neck and cleavage. The dress I wore today was a navy halter sundress, made of some light, clingy material. Already? I asked. He usually didn't bite me until the end of his visits. While part of me longed for that and waited in anticipation to feel that high again, I did kind of enjoy these moments beforehand. It was when the endorphins in my system were at their lowest, so I was able to manage some sort of conversation. We would talk about fights we'd been in or the life he imagined for us when I was strigoi. Nothing too sentimental but nice nonetheless. I braced myself for the bite now, arching up in anticipation. To my surprise, he didn't lean down and sink his teeth into me. He reached into his pocket and produced a necklace. It was either white gold or platinum. I didn't have the skill to tell which, and had 3 dark blue sapphires the size of quarters. He'd brought me a lot of jewelry this week. And I swore each piece was more beautiful than the last. I stared in amazement at its beauty, at the way the blue stones glittered in the light. He placed the necklace against my skin and fastened it behind my neck. Running his fingers along the necklace's edges, he nodded in approval. Beautiful. His fingers drifted to one of the dress's straps. He slid his hand underneath it, sending a thrill through my skin. It matches. I smiled. In the old days, Dimitri had almost never gotten me gifts. He hadn't had the means, and I hadn't wanted them anyway. Now, I was continually dazzled by the presents he seemed to have at each visit. "Where'd you get it?" I asked. The metal was cool against my flushed skin but nowhere near as cold as his fingers. He smiled slyly. "I have my sources." That chastising voice in my head that sometimes managed to penetrate through the haze I lived in noted that I was involved with some sort of vampire gangster. Its warnings were immediately squashed and sank back down into my dreamy cloud of existence. How could I be upset when the necklace was so beautiful? Something suddenly struck me as funny. "You're just like Abe." "Who?" "This guy I met. Abe Mazur. He's some kind of mob boss, he kept following me." Dimitri stiffened. "Abe Mazur was following you?" I didn't like the dark look that had suddenly fallen over his features. "Yeah." "So? Why? What did he want with you?" "I don't know. He kept wanting to know why I was in Russia but finally gave up and just wanted me to leave. I think somebody from home hired him to find me. I don't want you near Abe Mazur. He's dangerous." Dimitri was angry, and I hated that. A moment later, that fury faded, and he ran his fingers along my arm once more, pushing the strap down further. "Of course. People like that won't be an issue when you awaken." Somewhere, in the back of my head, I wondered if Dimitri had the answers I wanted about what Abe did. But talking about Abe had made Dimitri upset, and I cringed at that, hastily wanting to switch topics. "What have you been doing today?" I asked, impressed at my ability to make normal small talk. Between the endorphins and him touching me, coherence was difficult. "Errands for Galena. Dinner. Dinner. A victim." I frowned. The feelings that inspired in me weren't of repulsion so much as jealousy. "Do you drink from them, for fun?" He ran his lips along my neck, teeth taunting my skin but not biting. I gasped and pressed closer to him. "No, Rosa. They're food, that's all. It's over quickly. You're the only one I take pleasure in." I felt smug satisfaction in that. And that annoying mental voice pointed out that that was an incredibly sick and twisted view for me to have. I kind of hoped he would bite me soon. That usually shut the rational voice up. I reached up and touched his face, then ran my hand through that wonderful, silky hair that I'd always loved. "You keep wanting to awaken me, but we won't be able to do this anymore. Strigoi don't drink from each other, do they?" "No," he agreed. "But it'll be worth it. We can do so much more." He left the "so much more" to my imagination, and a pleasant shiver ran through me. The kissing and blood-taking were intoxicating, but there were some days that I did want, well, more. The memories of the one time we'd made love haunted me when we were this close together. And I often longed to do it again. For whatever reason, he never pushed for sex, no matter how passionate things became. I wasn't sure if he was using that as a lure for me to turn or if there was some incompatibility between a Strigoi and a damper. Could the living and the dead do that? Once. I would have found the thought of sex with one of them absolutely repulsive. Now. I just didn't think about the complications so much. But although he didn't attempt sex, he would often taunt me with his caresses, touching my thighs and sternum and other dangerous places. Plus, he would remind me of what it had been like that one time, how amazing it had been. How our bodies had felt. His talk of such things was more taunting than affectionate, though. In my semi-clear moments, I honestly thought it was strange that I hadn't yet consented to becoming Strigoi. The endorphin fog made me agree to almost everything else he wanted. I'd fallen comfortably into dressing up for him, staying in my gilded prison, and accepting that he took a victim every couple days. Yet even in my most incoherent moments, even when I wanted him so badly, I couldn't agree to turning. There was some intrinsic part of me that refused to budge. Most of the time, he would shrug off my refusal, like it was a joke. But every once in a while when I declined, I'd see a spark of anger in his eyes. Those moments scared me. Here it comes, I teased. The sales pitch. Eternal life. Invincible. Nothing to stand in our way. It's not a joke, he said. Oops. My flippancy had brought that hardness back to him. The desire and fondness that I'd just seen now fractured into a million pieces and blew away. The hands that had just stroked me suddenly grabbed my wrists and held me in place as he leaned down. We can't stay like this forever. You can't stay here forever. Whoa, that voice said. Be careful. That doesn't sound good. His grip hurt, and I often wondered if that was his intent or if he just couldn't help his violence. When he finally released me, I wrapped my arm around his neck and tried to kiss him. Can't we talk about that later? Our lips met, fire blossoming between us and urgency coursing through my body. I could tell he had a matching desire, but a few seconds later, he broke away. The cold annoyance was still on his face. Come on, he said, pulling away from me. Let's go. He stood up. And I stared stupidly. Where are we going? Outside. I sat up on the bed, dumbfounded. Outside? But, that's not allowed. We can't. We can do anything I want, he snapped. He extended his hand and helped me up. I followed him to the door. He was as skilled as Ina at blocking me from the keypad, not that it mattered now. There was no way I could ever remember that long of a sequence anymore. The door clicked open, and he led me out. I stared in wonder, my dazed brain still trying to process this freedom. As I'd noticed that one day, the door led to a short corridor blocked by another door. It too was heavy and bore a keypad lock. Dimitri opened it. And I was willing to bet the two doors had different codes. Taking my arm, he guided me through that door and into another hallway. Despite his firm hold, I couldn't help but come to a standstill. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised at the opulence I suddenly faced. After all, I was living in this place's penthouse suite. But the corridor leading out of my room had been stark and industrial looking, and somehow I'd imagined the rest of the house to be equally institutional or prison-like. It wasn't. Instead, I felt like I was in some old movie, the kind where people took tea in the parlor. The plush carpet was covered by a gold-patterned runner that stretched off in both directions of the hall. Antique-looking paintings dotted the walls, showing people from ages ago in elaborate clothing that made my dresses look cheap and ordinary. The whole place was illuminated by tiny chandeliers that were spaced along the ceiling every 6 feet or so. The teardrop-shaped crystals caught the light with their facets, scattering small flecks of rainbows on the walls. I stared, enchanted by the glitter and the color, which is probably why I failed to notice one other fixture in the hall. "What are you doing?" The harsh sound of Nathan's voice jerked me from my crystal gazing. He'd been leaning against the wall opposite my door and straightened immediately upon seeing us. He had that same cruel expression on his face that was so characteristic of Strigoi, the one I occasionally saw on Dimitri, no matter how charming and kind he seemed sometimes. Dimitri's posture turned rigid and defensive. "I'm taking her for a walk." He kind of sounded like he was talking about a dog, but my fear of Nathan trumped any offense I might take. "That's against the rules," said Nathan. "Bad enough you've still got her here. Galina gave orders for you to keep her confined. We don't need some rogue damper running around." Dimitri nodded toward me. "Does she look like she's a threat?" Nathan's eyes flicked over at me. I wasn't entirely sure what he saw. I didn't think I looked that different. But a small smirk crossed his lips that promptly disappeared when he turned back to Dimitri. "No, but I was ordered to babysit this door. And I'm not going to get in trouble for you taking a field trip. I'll deal with Galina. I'll tell her I overpowered you." Dimitri gave a fang-filled grin. "It shouldn't be that hard for her to believe." The look Nathan gave Dimitri made me unconsciously step back until I hit the wall. "You're so full of yourself. I didn't awaken you so that you could act like you're in charge around here. I did it so that we could use your strength and inside knowledge. You should be answering to me." Dimitri shrugged. Taking my hand, he started to turn away. "Not my fault if you're not strong enough to make me do it." That was when Nathan lunged at Dimitri. Dimitri responded so quickly to the attack that I think he knew it would happen. He instantly released my hand, turned to catch hold of Nathan, and tossed the other Strigoi against the wall. Nathan immediately got up. It took more than that kind of hit to faze someone like him, but Dimitri was ready. He punched Nathan in the nose once, twice, and then a third time, all in rapid succession. Nathan fell down, blood covering his face. Dimitri kicked him hard in the stomach and loomed over him. "Don't try it," said Dimitri. "You'll lose." He wiped Nathan's blood off of his hand and then laced his fingers through mine again. "I told you, I'll deal with Galina. But thanks for your concern." Dimitri turned away again, apparently feeling there'd be no more attacks. There weren't. But as I started to follow him, I cast a quick glance over my shoulder to where Nathan sat on the floor. His eyes shot daggers at Dimitri. And I was pretty sure I'd never seen a look of such pure hatred, at least until he turned his gaze on me. I felt cold all over and stumbled to keep up with Dimitri. Nathan's voice rang out behind us. "You're not safe. Neither of you is. She's lunch, Belikov." "Lunch." Dimitri's hand tightened on mine, and he picked up the pace. I could feel the fury radiating off of him and suddenly wasn't sure whom I should be more afraid of, Nathan or Dimitri. Dimitri was a badass, alive or undead. In the past, I'd seen him attack foes without fear or hesitation. He'd always been magnificent, behaving just as bravely as I'd told his family. But in all those times, he'd always had a legitimate reason for fighting, usually self-defense. His confrontation with Nathan just then had been about more, though. It had been an assertion of dominance and a chance to draw blood. Dimitri had seemed to enjoy it. What if he decided to turn on me like that? What if my constant refusal pushed him into torture? And he hurt me until I finally agreed? "Nathan scares me," I said, not wanting Dimitri to know that I feared him too. I felt weak and utterly defenseless. Something that didn't happen to me very often. Usually, I was ready to take on any challenge, no matter how desperate. "He won't touch you," Dimitri said harshly. "You have nothing to worry about." We reached a set of stairs. After a few steps, it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to handle 4 flights. Aside from the drugged stupor his bites kept me in, the frequent blood loss was weakening me and taking its toll. Without saying a word, Dimitri swept me up in his arms and carried me downstairs effortlessly. gently setting me down when we reached the staircase's bottom. The main floor of the estate had the same grand feel as the upstairs hall. The entryway had a huge vaulted ceiling with an elaborate chandelier that dwarfed the little ones I'd seen. Ornate double doors faced us, set with stained glass windows. What also faced us was another Strigoi, a man sitting in a chair and apparently on guard duty. Near him was a panel set into the wall with buttons and flashing lights. A modern security system set amongst all this old-world charm. His posture stiffened as we approached, and at first, I thought it was a natural bodyguard instinct until I saw his face. It was the Strigoi I'd tortured that first night in Novosibirsk, the one I'd dispatched to tell Dimitri I was looking for him. His lips curled back slightly as he met my eyes. "Rose Hathaway," said the Strigoi. "I remember your name just like you told me." He said no more than that, but I tightened my grip on Dimitri's hand as we passed. The Strigoi's eyes never left me until we'd stepped outside and shut the door behind us. "He wants to kill me," I told Dimitri. "All Strigoi want to kill you," Dimitri returned. "He really does. I tortured him." "I know. He's been in disgrace ever since then and lost some of his status here. That doesn't make me feel any better." Dimitri seemed unconcerned. "Marlon is no one you need to worry about. You fighting him only proved to Galina that you're a good addition around here. He's beneath you." I didn't find that overly reassuring. I was making too many personal Strigoi enemies, but then, it wasn't like I could really expect to be making Strigoi friends. It was nighttime, of course. Dimitri wouldn't have taken me out otherwise. The foyer had made me think we were at the front of the house, but the extensive gardens that spread out around us made me wonder if we were in the back now. Or maybe the entire house was wrapped in this kind of greenery. We were surrounded in a hedge maze cut with beautiful detail. Within the maze were small courtyards, decorated with fountains or statues. And everywhere were flowers and more flowers. The air was heavy with their scent. And I realized that someone had gone to an awful lot of trouble to find night-blooming ones. The only type I immediately recognized was jasmine, its long, white-flowered vines climbing up trellises and statues in the maze. We walked in silence for a bit, and I found myself lost in the romance of it all. The whole time Dimitri and I had been together at school, I'd been consumed with the fears of how we would juggle our relationship and our duty. A moment like this, walking in a garden on a spring night lit with stars, had seemed like a fantasy too crazy to even start to consider. Even without the difficulty of stairs. Too much walking grew exhausting in my state. I came to a halt and sighed. "I'm tired," I said. Dimitri stopped too and helped me sit down. The grass was dry and tickly against my skin. I lay back against it, and a moment later, he joined me. I had an eerie moment of déjà vu, recalling the afternoon we'd made snow angels. "This is amazing," I said, staring up at the sky. It was clear, no clouds in sight. "What's it like for you?" There's enough light that I can see pretty clearly, but it's still dim compared to day." "Your eyes are better than mine." "What do you see?" "For me, it's as bright as day." When I didn't respond, he added, "It could be like that for you, too." I tried to picture that. Would the shadows seem as mysterious? Would the moon and stars shine so brightly? I don't know. I kind of like the darkness. Only because you don't know any better. I sighed. "So you keep telling me." He turned toward me and pushed the hair away from my face. "Rose, this is driving me crazy. I'm tired of this waiting. I want us to be together. Don't you like this? What we have? It could be even better." His words sounded romantic, but not the tone. I did like this. I loved the haze I lived in, the haze in which all worries disappeared. I loved being close to him. Loved the way he kissed me and told me he wanted me. Why? I asked. Why what? He sounded puzzled, something I hadn't heard yet in a Strigoi. Why do you want me? I had no idea why I even asked that. He apparently didn't know either. Why wouldn't I want you? He spoke in such an obvious way, like it was the stupidest question in the world. It probably was. I realized, and yet. I'd somehow been expecting another answer. Just then, my stomach twisted. With all the time I'd spent with Dimitri, I really had managed to push the Strigoi nausea off my radar. The presence of other Strigoi increased it, though. I'd felt it around Nathan, and I felt it now. I sat up, and Dimitri did too, almost at the same time. He'd likely been alerted by his superior hearing. A dark shape loomed over us, blotting out the stars. It was a woman, and Dimitri shot up. I stayed where I was, on the ground. She was strikingly beautiful, in a hard and terrible way. Her build was similar to mine, indicating she hadn't been a Moroi when turned. Isaiah, the Strigoi who'd captured me, had been very old. And power had radiated from him. This woman hadn't been around nearly so long, but I could sense that she was older than Dimitri and much stronger. She said something in Russian to him. And her voice was as cold as her beauty. Dimitri answered back, his tone confident yet polite. I heard Nathan's name mentioned a couple of times as they spoke. Dimitri reached down and helped me up. And I felt embarrassed at how often I needed his assistance, when I used to almost be a match for him. Rose, he said, this is Galina. She's the one who has been kind enough to let you stay. Galina's face didn't look so kind. It was devoid of all emotion, and I felt like my entire soul was exposed to her. While I was uncertain of a lot of things around here, I'd picked up enough to realize that my continual residence here was a rare and fragile thing. I swallowed. Spasibo, I said. I didn't know how to tell her it was nice to meet her, and honestly, I wasn't sure if it was, but I figured a simple thank you was good enough. If she'd been his former instructor and trained at a normal academy, she probably knew English and was faking it like Yeva. I had no clue why she'd do that, but if you could snap a teen damper's neck, you were entitled to do whatever you wanted. Galina's expression or lack thereof didn't change with my thanks. And she turned her attention back to Dimitri. They conversed over me, and Dimitri gestured to me a couple of times. I recognized the word for strong. Finally, Galina issued something that sounded final and left us without any sort of goodbye. Neither Dimitri nor I moved until I felt the nausea dissipate. Come on, he said. We should get back. We walked back through the maze, though I had no idea how he knew where to go. It was funny. When I'd first arrived, my dream had been to get outside and escape. Now that I was here, well, it didn't seem that important. Galina's anger did. What did she say? I asked. She doesn't like that you're still here. She wants me to awaken you or kill you. Oh. What are you going to do? He stayed silent for a few seconds. I'll wait a little longer and then I will make the choice for you. He didn't specify which choice he'd be making. And I almost began my earlier pleas to die before becoming Strigoi. But suddenly, instead, I said, how long? Not long, Rosa. You need to choose. And make the right choice. Which is? He held up his hands. All of this. A life together. We'd emerged from the maze. I stared at the house, which was crazy enormous when viewed from the outside, and at the beautiful gardens around us. It was like something from a dream. Beyond that, endless countryside rolled away, eventually becoming lost in the darkness and blending into the black sky except for one tiny part that had a soft purple glow on the horizon. I frowned, studying it. Then turned my attention back to Dimitri. And what then? Then I work for Galina too. For a while. How long is a while? We came to a stop outside the house. Dimitri looked down into my eyes. His face alight with a look that made me take a step back. Until we kill her, Rose. Until we kill her and take all of this for ourselves. Chapter 21. Dimitri didn't elaborate. I was too startled by his words and the rest of the night's events to even know how to begin to address them. He took me back inside, past the Strigoi on guard duty, and upstairs to my suite. Nathan was no longer outside. For a few brief moments, that nagging voice in my head spoke loudly enough to break through my addled thoughts. If I had no guard in the hall and Ina returned soon, I had a very good chance of threatening her enough to get out of here. Admittedly, that would mean I'd have to deal with a house of God only knew how many Strigoi. But my escape odds were better in the house than in this room. Then, almost as soon as those thoughts appeared, they vanished. Dimitri snaked his arm around me and pulled me to him. It had been chilly outside, and even if his body was cold, his clothes and jacket provided some warmth. I snuggled closer to him as his hands ran all over me. I thought he was going to bite me, but it was our mouths that met, hard and furious. I wrapped my fingers in his hair, trying to pull him closer to me. Meanwhile, his fingers were running against my bare leg, pushing my skirt up almost to my hip. Anticipation and eagerness lit every part of my body. I had dreamed about the cabin for so long, remembering it with so much longing. I'd never expected anything like that to happen again. But now it could, and I was astonished at how badly I wanted it. My hands moved down to his shirt, undoing all the buttons so that I could touch his chest. His skin still felt like ice. A startling contrast to the burning within me. He moved his lips from mine, down to my neck and shoulder, pushing down the dress's strap as he covered my flesh with hungry kisses. His hand was still on the side of my bare hip, and I frantically tried to pull his shirt off altogether. Suddenly, with a surprising abruptness, he jerked away and shoved me down. At first, I thought it was just more of the foreplay between us, until I realized he was purposely pushing me away. "No," he said, voice hard. "Not yet. Not until you're awakened." "Why?" I asked desperately. I couldn't think of anything except him touching me and, well, another bite. Why does it matter? Is there a reason we can't? Until I'd come here. Sex with a Strigoi had never occurred to me, maybe it just wasn't possible. He leaned toward me, putting his lips near my ear. "No, but it'll be so much better if you're awakened. Let me do it, and then we can do anything we want." It was a bargaining chip, I realized vaguely. He wanted me, it was written all over him, but he was using the lure of sex to get me to give in. And honestly, I was this close to accepting. My body was overriding my mind nearly. "No," I whimpered. I'm scared." That dangerous look softened, and while he didn't exactly look like the Dimitri from before, there was something a little less Strigoi about him. "Rose. Do you think I'd do anything that would hurt you?" Somewhere, hadn't there been a discussion about how my options were to turn or die? The latter seemed like it might hurt. But I didn't mention that just now. The bite, the turning would hurt. "I told you, it'll be just like what we've already done. You'll enjoy it. It won't hurt, I swear it." I looked away. Damn it. Why couldn't he still be sinister and scary? It was so much easier to put my foot down and resist. Even in the heat of passion, I was able to resist. But somehow, seeing him like this, calm and reasonable, well, it was too close to the Dimitri I'd loved. And that was hard to turn away from. For the first time, it made turning Strigoi seem not so bad. "I don't know," I said lamely. He released me and sat up, frustration filling his features. It was almost a relief. Galina's patience is running out. So is mine. You said we still have time. I just need to think more. How long could I use that excuse? The narrowing of his eyes told me not much longer. I have to go, he said harshly. There would be no more touching or kissing, I could tell. I need to deal with some things. I'm sorry, I said, both confused and afraid. I didn't know which Dimitri I wanted. The terrifying one. The sensual one, or the almost but still not quite gentle one. He said nothing. Without any other warning, he leaned down and bit into the tender skin of my throat. Whatever feeble escape strategies I had were gone. I closed my eyes, nearly falling over, and only his arm wrapped firmly around me kept me upright. Just like when we kissed. His mouth was warm against my flesh, and the feel of his tongue and teeth sent electricity through me. And like that, it was over. He pulled away, licking his lips as he still continued to hold on to me. The fog was back. The world was wonderful and happy, and I was without any cares. Whatever he'd been worrying about with Nathan and Galina meant nothing to me. The fear I'd felt moments ago, my disappointment over sex, my confusion, I didn't have time to worry about any of that. Not when life was so beautiful and I loved Dimitri so much. I smiled up at him and tried to hug him again, but he was already leading me to the couch. I'll see you later. In a flash. He was at the door, which saddened me. I wanted him to stay. Stay forever. Remember, I want you and I would never let anything bad happen to you. I'll protect you. But I can't wait much longer. With that, he left. His words made me smile more broadly. Dimitri wanted me. Vaguely, I recalled asking him outside why he wanted me. Why on earth had I asked? What answer had I wanted? Why did it matter? He wanted me. That was what counted. That thought and the wonderful endorphin rush enveloped me as I lay on the couch, and I felt drowsiness overtaking me. Walking over to the bed seemed like too much work, so I stayed where I was and just let sleep come. And, unexpectedly, I found myself in one of Adrian's dreams. I'd pretty much given up on him. After my first desperate attempts at escape in the suite, I'd finally convinced myself that Adrian wasn't coming back, that I'd sent him away for good. Yet here he was. Standing right in front of me, or, well, at least his dream version was. Often we were in the woods or a garden, but today we stood where we'd first met, on the porch of an Idaho ski lodge. Sun shone down, and mountains soared off to the side of us. I grinned broadly. Adrian. I didn't think I'd ever seen him look as surprised as he did just then. Considering how mean I usually was to him, I could understand his feelings. Hello, Rose, he said. His voice sounded uncertain, like he was worried I might be playing a trick on him. You look good today, I told him. It was true. He wore dark jeans and a printed button-down shirt in shades of navy and turquoise that looked fantastic with his dark green eyes. Those eyes, however, looked weary. Worn. That was a little odd. In these dreams, he could shape the world and even our appearances to what he wanted, with only a little effort. He could have looked perfect but instead appeared to be reflecting real-world fatigue. So do you. His voice was still wary, as he eyed me from head to toe. I was still in the clingy sundress. My hair down and loose, the sapphires around my neck. That looks like something I'd normally dress you in. Are you asleep in that? Yup. I smoothed down the dress's skirt, thinking how pretty it looked. I wondered if Dimitri had liked it. He hadn't said so specifically, but he had kept telling me I was beautiful. I didn't think you'd come back. I didn't think I would either. I looked back up at him. He wasn't like his usual self at all. Are you trying to figure out where I am again? No, I don't care about that anymore. He sighed. The only thing I care about is that you aren't here. You have to come back, Rose. I crossed my arms and flounced onto the porch's railing. Adrian, I'm not ready for anything romantic. Not for me. He exclaimed. For her. You have to come back for Lissa. That's why I'm here. Lissa. My waking self was pumped full of endorphins, and it carried over here. I tried to remember why I should be so worried about Lissa. Adrian took a step forward and studied me carefully. Yeah, you know, Lissa. Your best friend? The one you're bonded to and sworn to protect? I swung my legs back and forth. I never made any vows. What the hell's the matter with you? I didn't like his agitated tone. It was ruining my good mood. What's the matter with you? You aren't acting like yourself. Your aura, he frowned, unable to continue. I laughed. Oh yes. Here it comes. The magical, mystical aura. Let me guess. It's black, right? No, he continued scrutinizing me for several heavy seconds. I can barely get a fix on it. It's all over the place. What's going on, Rose? What's happening in the waking world? Nothing's happening, I said. Nothing except me being happy for the first time in my life. Why are you acting weird all of a sudden? You used to be fun. Figures the first time I'm finally having a good time, you go all boring and strange. He knelt down in front of me, no trace of humor anywhere. There's something wrong with you. I can't tell what dash. I told you, I'm fine. Why do you have to keep coming and trying to ruin things for me? True, I desperately wanted him to come a little while ago, but now, well. That wasn't so important. I had a good thing with Dimitri here, if only I could figure out how to solve all the not-so-good parts. I told you, I'm not here for me. I'm here for Lissa. He looked up at me, wide-eyed and earnest. Rose, I am begging you to come home. Lissa needs you. I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know how to help her. No one else does either. I think only you can. Maybe being apart is what's hurting her. Maybe that's what's wrong with you now, why you're acting so weird. Come home. Please. We'll heal both of you. We'll all figure it out together. She's acting so strange. She's reckless and doesn't care about anything. I shook my head. Being away isn't what's wrong with me. Probably not what's wrong with her either. If she's really worried about Spirit, she should go back on her meds. She's not worried, that's the problem. Damn it. He stood up and began pacing. What's wrong with you two? Why can't either of you see there's something the matter? Maybe it's not us, I said. Maybe it's you imagining things. Adrian turned back toward me and looked me over again. No. It's not me. I didn't like any of this, not his tone, expression, or words. I'd been excited to see him. But now I resented him ruining my good mood. I didn't want to think about any of this. It was too hard. Look, I said. I was happy to see you tonight, but not anymore. Not if you're going to sit and accuse me and make demands. I'm not trying to do that. His voice was gentle, the anger was gone. The last thing I want is to make you unhappy. I care about you. I care about Lissa, too. I want you both to be happy and live your lives like you want, but not when you're both heading down destructive paths. He almost made sense. Almost seemed reasonable and sincere. I shook my head. Stay out of it. I'm where I want to be, and I'm not coming back. Lissa's on her own. I jumped off the rail. The world swirled a little. And I stumbled. Adrian caught my hand, and I jerked away. I'm fine. You are not. Jesus Christ. I'd swear you're drunk, except, the aura's still not right for that. What is it? He ran his hands through his dark hair. It was his typical sign of agitation. I'm done here, I said, trying to be as polite as possible. Why on earth had I wanted to see him again? It had seemed so important when I first arrived. Send me back, please. He opened his mouth to say something, then froze a few moments. What's on your neck? He reached forward, and addled or no. I managed to dodge pretty efficiently. I had no idea what he saw on my neck, and I had no interest in finding out. Don't touch me. Rose, that looks like Dash. Send me back, Adrian. So much for my politeness. Rose, let me help Dash. Send me back. I shouted the words, and then, for the first time, I managed to pull myself out of Adrian's dream. I left sleep altogether and woke up on the couch. The room was still and silent, the only sound my rapid breathing. I felt all tangled up inside. Usually, so fresh from a bite, I would be floating and gleeful. Yet, the encounter with Adrian had left part of me troubled and sad. Standing up, I managed to make my way to the bathroom. I flicked on the light and winced. It hadn't been very bright in the other room. Once my eyes adjusted, I leaned toward the mirror and pushed my hair out of the way. I gasped at what I saw. There were bruises all over my neck, as well as signs of fresher wounds. Around where Dimitri had just bitten me, I could see dried blood. I looked like a blood whore. How had I never noticed this before? I wet a washcloth and scrubbed at my neck, trying to get the blood off. I rubbed and rubbed until the skin turned pink. Was that it? Were there more? That looked like the worst of it. I wondered how much Adrian had seen. My hair had been down, and I was pretty sure most of it had covered my neck. A rebellious thought came to my head. What did it matter if Adrian saw or not? He didn't understand. There was no way he could even come close. I was with Dimitri. Yeah, he was different, but not that much different. And I was sure I could find a way to make this work without becoming a Strigoi. I just didn't know how yet. I tried to reassure myself over and over, but those bruises kept staring back at me. I left the bathroom and returned to the couch. I turned on the TV without really watching, and after a while, the happy fog rolled over me again. I soon tuned out the TV and returned to sleep. This time, my dreams were my own. It took a while for Dimitri to come again. And by while, I mean almost an entire day. I was getting twitchy by that point. Both because I missed him and because I missed the bite. He usually visited twice a day, so this was the longest I'd gone without the endorphins. Needing something to do. I preoccupied myself with making myself as beautiful as possible. I sorted through the dresses in my closet, choosing a long ivory silk one that had purple flowers delicately painted into the fabric. It fit like a glove. I wanted to wear my hair up, but after looking at the bruises again, I decided to wear it down. I'd been provided with a curling iron and makeup recently. So I worked my hair over carefully, turning the ends up in perfect little curls. Once made up, I stared happily at my reflection, certain Dimitri would be happy too. All I needed now was to put on some of the exquisite jewelry he'd given me. But when I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of my back from the side and saw I'd missed fastening a clasp. I reached around to do it but couldn't get a hold of it. It was in that perfect spot just out of my reach. Damn, I muttered, still grappling with the hook. The flaw in my perfection. Just then, I heard the door open in the other room, followed by the telltale sound of a tray being set on the coffee table. A stroke of luck. I called, walking out of the bathroom. I need you to dash. Nausea rolled through me, and as I stepped into the living room, I saw that Dimitri wasn't the source. Nathan was. My jaw dropped open. Ina stood near him, waiting patiently by the tray, eyes downcast as always. I immediately ignored her and then looked back at Nathan. Presumably, he was still on guard duty. But that had never actually included him coming inside. For the first time in a while, some of my battle instincts kicked in, assessing escape options. My fear urged me to back away. But that would trap me in the bathroom. Best to stay where I was. Even if I couldn't leave the room, this gave me the most space to maneuver. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised at how calm I sounded. Taking care of a problem. I didn't really need any pointers to figure out the subtext here. I was the problem. Again, I fought the urge to back up. I've never done anything to you. It was faulty logic to a Strigoi. None of their victims ever did anything to them. You exist, he said. You're taking up space here, wasting everyone's time. You know how to find her, the Dragomir girl, yet you'll offer nothing remotely useful until Balikov gets off his ass and awakens you. And in the meantime, Galina forces me to waste time watching you and keeps promoting him because he's convinced her that you're going to be some amazing asset to us. It was an interesting set of grievances. So, what are you going to do? In a flash, he stood in front of me. Seeing him so close triggered that memory in my mind's eye, him biting Dimitri and starting all of this. A spark of anger kindled in me but didn't do much in the way of development. I'm getting the information one way or another, he hissed. Tell me where she is. You know where she is. She's at the school. There was nothing useful in giving up that news. He knew she was there. He knew where the school was. The look he gave me showed he was not happy about me providing knowledge he already had. Reaching out, he gripped my hair and jerked my head painfully back. Wearing my hair down maybe hadn't been so useful after all. Where is she going? She won't stay there forever. Is she going to college? The royal court. They must have made plans for her. No one's shared it with me. I left too soon. I shrugged by way of answer. Rage filled his eyes, and I swear, they grew redder. You're bonded. You know. Tell me now, and I'll kill you quickly. If you don't, I'll awaken you to get the information, and then I'll kill you. I'll light you up like a bonfire. You'd kill me once I was one of you? Foolish question. Strigoi felt no loyalty to each other. Yes. It'll destroy him, and once Galina sees how unhinged he is, I will return to my original place by her side, especially after I stamp out the Dragomir line. The hell you will. He smiled and touched my face, running his fingers along my neck and the bruises all over it. Oh, I will. It really will make things easier if you just tell me now. You'll die in ecstasy rather than being burned alive. We'll both enjoy it. He wrapped his hand delicately around my throat. You're definitely a problem, but you are beautiful, especially your throat. I can see why he wants you. Warring emotions played within me. Logically, I knew this was Nathan, whom I hated for having turned Dimitri in the first place. Yet my body's need for Strigoi endorphins was raising its head too, and it barely mattered that it was Nathan. What mattered was that his teeth were only a breath away from my neck, promising that sweet, sweet delirium. And while one hand held my throat, the other ran down my waist, down to the curve of my hip. There had been a sultry edge to Nathan's voice. Like he wanted to do more than just bite me. And after so many sexually charged encounters with Dimitri, encounters that never resulted in anything, my body almost didn't care who touched it. I could close my eyes, and it wouldn't matter whose teeth bit into me or whose hands peeled off my clothes. Only the next fix would matter. I could close my eyes and pretend it was Dimitri. Lost in it all as Nathan's lips brushed my skin. Except, as some small reasonable part of me recalled, Nathan didn't just want sex and blood. He eventually wanted to kill me. Which was kind of ironic. I'd been dead set, no pun intended, on killing myself when I got here, lest I become a strigoi. Nathan was offering me that now. Even if he turned me first. He planned on killing me immediately afterward. Either way, I wouldn't have to spend eternity as a strigoi. I should have welcomed this. But just then, as my body's addiction screamed for his bite and that bliss, I realized something with startling clarity. I didn't want to die. Maybe it was because I'd gone almost a day without a bite. But something small and rebellious woke up in me. I would not let him do this to me. I would not let him go after Dimitri. And I sure as hell wasn't going to let him hunt down Lissa. Pushing through that endorphin cloud that still hung around me, I summoned up as much willpower as I could. I dug deep, remembering my years of training and all the lessons Dimitri had given me. It was hard to access those memories, and I only touched a few. Still, enough came to spur me to action. I lunged forward and punched Nathan. And accomplished nothing. He didn't budge. Hell. I don't even know if he felt it. The surprise on his face promptly turned to mirth, and he laughed in that horrible way strigoi did, cruelly and without any real joy. Then, with the greatest of ease, he slapped me and knocked me across the room. Dimitri had done nearly the same thing when I'd arrived and attacked him. Only I hadn't flown quite as far or had so minuscule an effect on him. I slammed into the back of the couch, and good God, did it hurt. A wave of dizziness washed over me. And I realized the idiocy of fighting someone vastly stronger than me when I'd been losing blood all week. I managed to straighten up and desperately sought my next course of action. Nathan, for his part, seemed in no hurry to respond to my attack. In fact, he was still laughing. Glancing around, I latched onto a truly pitiful course of action. Inna stood near me. Moving with a speed that was painfully slow but better than I expected myself to manage, I reached for her and wrapped my arm around her neck. She yelped in surprise. And I jerked her harder against me. "Get out of here," I said to Nathan. "Get out of here, or I'll kill her." He stopped laughing, stared at me for a moment, and then laughed even harder. "Are you serious? Do you honestly think I couldn't stop you if I wanted? And do you honestly think I care? Go ahead. Kill her. There are dozens more just like her." Yeah. That really shouldn't have been a surprise either, but even I was a bit taken aback by how easily he could throw away a faithful servant's life. Okay. Time to go to Plan B. Or maybe it was Plan J. Frankly, I was losing track, and none of them were very good anyway. Ow. Inna suddenly elbowed me in the stomach. I released her in my surprise. She spun around with a strangled scream and socked me in the face. The blow wasn't as hard as Nathan's had been, but it still knocked me over. I tried to catch a hold of something, anything, as I fell, but failed. I hit the floor, my back slamming against the door. I expected her to come right back at me, but instead, she darted across the room and, God help us all, threw herself into a defensive posture in front of Nathan. Before I could fully process the weirdness of her trying to protect someone who was willing to let her die, the door suddenly opened. Ow! I said again, as it hit me and pushed me aside. Dimitri swiftly entered. He looked from face to face, and I had no doubt mine showed signs of both Nathan's and Inna's attacks. Dimitri's fists clenched, and he turned toward Nathan. It reminded me of their scuffle in the hallway, all rage and malice and bloodlust. I cringed, bracing myself for another horrible confrontation. "Don't," warned Nathan, face smug. "You know what Galena said. Touch me and you're out of here." Dimitri strode across the room and came to stand in front of Nathan, knocking Ina aside like a rag doll. It'll be worth facing her wrath, particularly when I tell her you attacked first. Rose certainly bears the marks of it. You wouldn't. He pointed at Ina, who was sitting dazed on the floor from where Dimitri had knocked her over. Despite my own injuries, I began crawling over to her. I had to know if she was all right. She'll tell the truth. Now Dimitri looked smug. You really think Galina will believe a human? No. When I tell her how you attacked me and Rose out of jealousy, she'll let me off. You can watch her drive it through your heart. Holy crap. That was a little worse than Nathan threatening to burn me. Wait. My stake? Nathan's face still bore haughty arrogance, at least to me. But I think Dimitri must have seen something that satisfied him, something that made him think he'd gotten the upper hand. He visibly relaxed, his smirk growing larger. Twice, Dimitri said softly. Twice I've let you go. Next time, you're gone. I reached Ina and gently held out my hand. Are you okay? I murmured. With a look of hate, she recoiled and scooted away. Nathan's eyes fell on me, and he began backing toward the door. No, he said. Twice I've let her live. Next time she's gone. I'm the one in control here, not you. Nathan opened the door and Ina stood up, stumbling after him. I stared, mouth agape, at the events that had just taken place. I didn't know which of them I found more disturbing. Looking up at Dimitri, I grappled with what to ask him first. What were we going to do? Why had Ina defended Nathan? Why had Dimitri let him go? None of those defiant questions came to my lips. Though. Instead, I burst into tears. Chapter 22. I didn't cry very often. And I hated it when I did. The last time I'd done it around Dimitri, his arms had immediately encircled me. This time, all I got was a look of coldness and anger. This is your fault, he yelled, fists clenched. I cringed backward, eyes wide. But he attacked me. Yes. And Ina. A human. You let a human attack you. He couldn't keep the sneer from his voice. You are weak. You are incapable of defending yourself, all because you refuse to be awakened. His voice was terrifying. And the look he gave me, well, it scared me almost more than Nathan had. Reaching forward, he jerked me up to my feet. If you had just been killed, it would have been your own fault, he said. His fingers dug into my wrist as he shook me. You have the chance for immortality, for incredible strength. And you're too blind and stubborn to see it. I swallowed back more tears and rubbed my eyes with the back of my free hand. No doubt I was ruining the makeup I'd so painstakingly put on. My heart was ready to explode out of my chest. I was so afraid. I expected rage and threats from Nathan, but not Dimitri. You've forgotten he's a Strigoi, something whispered in my mind. I'd gone long enough without a bite and had enough adrenaline kicking me to alertness that my nagging voice was speaking more loudly than it had in a very long time. Dimitri said I was weak because I wasn't Strigoi, but there was more to it than that. I was weak and had been subdued by Nathan and Ina because I was an addict. Because I was living a life of blissful ignorance that was taking a toll on my body and my mind. The thought was startling, and I could barely hold on to it. My yearning for vampire endorphins flared up, and the two factions warred in my mind. I had enough sense not to voice any of those thoughts. I tried for something that would pacify Dimitri instead. I don't think I'd be stronger than Nathan, even if I was turn-awakened. He ran a hand over my hair, his cold voice thoughtful. He seemed to be calming down. But his eyes were still angry and impatient. Perhaps not initially, but your strength of body and will carries over with the change. He's not that much older than either of us, not enough to make a noticeable difference. which is why he keeps backing down when we fight. Why do you keep backing down? I felt his body go rigid. And I realized my question might be read as a slam against his prowess. I swallowed, my fear returning. He hadn't let go of my wrist, and it was starting to hurt. Because he's right about one thing. Dimitri said stiffly. Killing him would bring Galina's wrath down on us. And that's not something I can afford. Yet. You said before that we, had to kill her. Yes, and once we do, it'll be easy to seize control of her assets and organization. What is her organization exactly? If I kept distracting him, the anger might go away. The monster might go away. He shrugged. All sorts of things. This wealth isn't bought without effort. Effort that's illegal and hurts humans? Does it matter? I didn't bother with an answer. But Galina used to be your teacher. Can you really kill her? And I don't mean physically. I mean, doesn't it bother you? He considered. I told you before. It's all about strength and weakness. Prey and predator. If we can bring her down, and I have no doubts we can, then she's prey. End of story. I shivered. It was so harsh, such a stark and scary way of viewing the world. Dimitri released my wrist just then, and a wave of relief ran through me. On shaky legs, I backed up and sat on the couch. For a moment, I feared he'd grab me again, but instead he sat down beside me. Why did Ina attack me? Why did she defend Nathan? Because she loves him. Dimitri didn't bother hiding his disgust. But how? Who knows? Part of it is that he's promised to awaken her once she's put in time here. Sydney's warnings came back to me. About why the alchemists feared that humans would learn about vampires because humans might want to turn too. That's what most of the human servants are told. Told? Most are unworthy. Or, more often than not, someone gets hungry and finishes the human off. I was getting sick to my stomach, independent of Dimitri's proximity. This is all a mess. It doesn't have to be. I didn't think he would shake me again, but there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. The monster was only a heartbeat away. Time's running out. I've been lenient, Rosa. Far more lenient than I would be with anyone else. Why? Why have you done it? I needed then to hear him say it was because he loved me, and that because of that love. He could never force me into anything I didn't want. I needed to hear it so that I could blot out that terrifying, furious creature I'd seen a few minutes ago. Because I know how you think. And I know awakening you of your own free will would make you a more important ally. You're independent and strong-minded, that's what makes you valuable. An ally, huh? Not the woman he loved. He shifted so that his face hovered over mine. Didn't I tell you once I'd always be there for you? I'm here. I'll protect you. We're going to be together. We're meant to be together. You know this. There was more fierceness in his voice than affection. He kissed my lips, drawing me close. The usual heat flooded me, my body instantly responding to his. But even as my body did one thing, other thoughts were spinning through my mind. I had always thought we were meant to be together. And he had once told me he'd always be there for me. I'd always wanted that too, but I had wanted to be there for him in return. I wanted us to be equals, always watching each other's backs. Today hadn't been like that. I'd been defenseless. Weak. Never in my life had I been like that. Even in horrible, outmatched moments, I'd put up a decent fight. At the very least, I'd had the will to fight. Not now. I'd been terrified. I'd been ineffectual. I hadn't been able to do anything except sit there pathetically and wait for someone to rescue me. I'd let a human get the best of me. Dimitri said me becoming Strigoi was the solution. For the last week, he'd said that over and over, and while I hadn't agreed to it, I hadn't been as repulsed as I once had been. Lately, it had become a thought floating around out there, a far-off way for us to be together. And I did want to be together, especially in moments like this. When we kissed and desire crackled around both of us. But this time, the desire wasn't quite as intense as usual. It was still there, but I couldn't shake the image of how he'd just been. It occurred to me with startling clarity that I was making out with a Strigoi. And that was weird. Breathing heavy, Dimitri pulled away from my lips for a moment and stared at me. Even with that composed Strigoi expression, I could see that he wanted me in a lot of ways. It was confusing. He was Dimitri and not Dimitri. Leaning back down, he kissed my cheek, then my chin. And then my neck. His mouth opened wider, and I started to feel the points of his fangs. "No," I blurted out. He froze. "What did you say?" My heart started thumping again. As I braced myself for more rage. No. Not this time." He pulled back and looked at me, seeming both shocked and annoyed. When he didn't respond, I began to ramble. "I don't feel good. I'm hurt. I'm afraid to lose the blood, even though I want." Dimitri always said I couldn't lie to him, but I had to try. I put on my best, most passionate and innocent face. "I want it. I want to feel the bite, but I want to rest first, get stronger. Let me awaken you, and you'll be strong again." "I know," I said, still keeping my voice slightly frantic. I looked away, hoping to increase the facade of confusion. Okay, with my life lately, faking confusion wasn't that hard. And I'm starting to think. I heard a sharp intake of breath. Starting to think what? I turned back to him, hoping I could convince him I was seriously considering turning. "I'm starting to think that I don't ever want to be weak again." I could see it in his face. He believed me. But then, that last part hadn't been a lie. I didn't want to be weak. Please. I just want to rest. I need to think about it a little more. There it was, the moment this all weighed on. The truth was, I wasn't just lying to him. I was lying to myself. Because seriously? I wanted that bite. Badly. I'd already gone a long time without one, and my body was screaming for it. I needed the endorphins, needed them more than air or food. And yet, in only one day without them, I'd gained a tiny shard of clarity. The part of me that wanted nothing more than the joy of ignorant ecstasy didn't care about my mind growing clearer, yet I knew, deep inside, that I had to try for a little bit more, even if it meant depriving myself of what I most wanted. After a lot of thought, Dimitri nodded and stood up. He'd read my words like I'd reached a turning point and was on the verge of accepting. "Rest, then," he said. "And we'll talk later." "But Rose, we only have 2 days. 2 days. Until Galina's deadline. That's how long she gave us. Then I make the decision for you. You'll awaken me?" I wasn't entirely sure if death was on the table anymore. "Yes. It'll be better for all of us if we don't reach that point." He got off the bed and stood up. He paused a moment and reached into his pocket. "Oh. I brought you this." He handed me a bracelet encrusted with opals and tiny diamonds, almost like it was no big deal. The bracelet was dazzling, and each opal shone with 1,000 colors. Wow. It's gorgeous. I slipped it on my wrist, yet somehow, gifts like this didn't mean as much anymore. With a satisfied look, he leaned down and kissed me on the forehead. He headed for the door then and left me lying back against the couch, trying desperately to think of anything else except how I wished he would turn around and bite me. The rest of the day was agonizing. I'd always read about addicts, about how hard a time people had breaking away from alcohol or illegal drugs. I'd even once witnessed a feeder go kind of crazy when he was removed from service. He'd grown too old, and it was considered hazardous to his health to keep on giving blood to Moroi. I'd watched in amazement as he begged and pleaded to be allowed to stay, how he'd sworn he didn't mind the risk. Even though I'd known he had an addiction. I just couldn't understand why it would be so worth it for him to risk his life like that. Now I did. In those hours that passed, I would have risked my life to be bitten again. That was actually kind of funny because if I did allow another bite, I would be risking my life. I had no doubt more of that cloudy thinking would lead to an acceptance of Dimitri's offer. But with each miserable, bite-deprived second that passed, my thoughts grew incrementally sharper. Oh, I was still a long way away from being free of the dreamy haze of vampire endorphins. When we'd been captured in Spokane, Eddie had been used as a Strigoi blood source, and it had taken him days to recover. Each bit of clarity now made me realize how important it was for me to stay bite-free. Not that that knowledge made it any easier on my body. I had some serious problems here. It seemed like either way, I was destined to become a Strigoi. Dimitri wanted to turn me so that we could reign together as the vampiric equivalent of Bonnie and Clyde. Nathan wanted to turn me in the hopes of hunting down Lissa and then kill me. Clearly, Dimitri's option was more appealing, but not by much. Not anymore. Yesterday. I would have said becoming a Strigoi was something I wasn't going to worry about too much. Now, the harsh reality of what it truly meant hit me, and my old feelings returned. Suicide versus existence as a creature of evil. Of course, being a creature of evil meant I could be with Dimitri. Except it wasn't Dimitri. Was it? It was all so confusing. I again tried to remind myself of what he'd said long ago, that no matter how much a Strigoi seemed like the person I used to know, they weren't. Yet this Dimitri said he'd been wrong about that. It's the endorphins, Rose. They're like drugs. I groaned and buried my face in my hands as I sat on the couch, the TV droning in the background. Lovely. I was talking to myself now. Supposing I could break this hold Dimitri had over me and this addled state that kept making me think I'd misunderstood Strigoi, well, then what? I was back to the original dilemma. No weapons to fight Strigoi with. No weapons with which to kill myself. I was back at their mercy, but at least now I was closer to putting up a good fight. Sure, it would be a losing fight. But I felt that if I stayed off the endorphins a little longer, I'd at least be able to take down Ina. That had to count for something. And there it was. Off the endorphins. Each time my mind ran through my options and hit a wall, I would spiral back to the physical reality in front of me. I wanted that high back. I wanted that haze of joy back. I needed it back. Or surely, I would die. That would be what killed me and freed me from being a Strigoi. Damn it. I stood up and began pacing around, hoping to distract myself. TV wasn't doing it, that was for sure. If I could just hold out a little longer, I could shake the drug from my system. I could figure out how to save myself and Lissa. Without any debate, I dove into her. If I was in her body and mind, then maybe I wouldn't have to deal with mine for a while. My withdrawal would pass more quickly. Lissa and her group had returned from the royal court. A bit more grimly than they arrived. The cold light of morning had made Lissa feel incredibly idiotic about the party's events. Dancing on a table wasn't the worst thing in the world. But looking back over other parties she'd been to that weekend and her social life with Avery made her wonder what had gotten into her. Sometimes, she didn't even feel like herself. And the kiss with Aaron, well, that was an entirely different guilt-inducing matter altogether. Don't worry about it, Avery told her on the plane. We all do stupid stuff when we're drunk. Not me, groaned Lissa. This isn't like me. Despite this claim, Lissa had nonetheless agreed to drink mimosa champagne mixed with orange juice on the ride back. Avery smiled. I don't have anything to compare it to. You seem okay to me. But then, you aren't trying to run off with a human or some non-royal guy. Lissa smiled back, and her eyes went to Jill, sitting a little ahead of them on the plane. Adrian had spoken to the younger girl earlier, but she was busy with a book now, her biggest concern seeming to be to stay away from Reed. He sat with Simon again, and Lissa was a little surprised to see the guardian eyeing Jill suspiciously. Maybe Reed had told Simon that the younger girl was some kind of threat. You're worried about her? Asked Avery, following Lissa's gaze. It's not that. I just can't shake the way she looked at me last night. She's young. I think she's easily shocked. Lissa supposed that was true. Yet young or not, there had been something refreshingly clear and honest in the way Jill had called Lissa out. It reminded Lissa of something I might do. And Lissa couldn't rest easy knowing someone like that thought badly of her. Lissa stood up. I'll be right back, she told Avery. I'm going to talk to her. Jill was obviously astonished when Lissa sat beside her. The younger girl put a bookmark in what she was reading, and whatever she might be feeling, her smile for Lissa was genuine. Hey! Hey! Said Lissa. She hadn't had much of the mimosa yet and still controlled enough spirit to see Jill's aura. It was a rich teal blue, interspersed with purple and darker blue. Good, strong colors. Look, I wanted to apologize for what happened last night, what I said. Oh, said Jill flushing. It's okay, really. I mean, things were kind of crazy, and I know you weren't thinking straight. At least, I don't think you were. I don't really know. I've never actually had a drink, so I can't say. Jill's nervousness always seemed to make her oscillate between rambling and silence. Yeah. Well, I should have been thinking straight before I got in that situation. And I'm really sorry for what happened with Reed. Lissa lowered her voice. No clue what happened there, but that wasn't right, what he did and said to you. Both girls found themselves studying him. He was deep in a book, but suddenly, as though he could sense them watching, his gaze turned toward Jill and Lissa. He glared, and they immediately looked away. That definitely wasn't your fault, said Jill. And, you know, Adrian was there and everything. So it turned out okay. Lissa worked to keep a straight face. Adrian was sitting out of their view, but if he hadn't been. Lissa had a feeling Jill would have been gazing at him dreamily. Adrian was doing a good deal of gazing of his own at Avery lately. And Lissa could see Jill was never going to leave that little sister role for him. Yet it seemed clear that Jill was developing a little bit of a crush. It was cute. And even though Lissa knew it was stupid on her part, she couldn't help feeling a bit of relief that Adrian was the object of Jill's affections and not Christian. Well, here's hoping for better choices, said Lissa. And hoping no one thinks too badly of me. I don't, said Jill. And I'm sure Christian won't either. Lissa frowned, confused for a moment. Well, there's no point in stressing him out over it. It was my stupid mistake, I'll deal with it. Now Jill frowned. She hesitated before speaking, that old nervousness returning. But you have to. You have to tell him the truth, right? It's no big deal, said Lissa, surprised at how defensive she suddenly felt. That unpredictable anger started to raise its head. But, you guys are in a serious relationship. You have to always be honest, don't you? I mean, you can't lie to him. Lissa rolled her eyes. Jill. You haven't been in a serious relationship either, have you? Have you even gone on one date? I'm not lying to him. I'm just not telling him stuff that's going to freak him out for no reason. It's not the same. It is, argued Jill. I could tell how much it killed her to talk back to Lissa, but I admired her boldness. He has a right to know. Lissa sighed irritably and stood up. Forget it. I thought we could have an adult conversation, but apparently not. The withering look she gave Jill made the girl flinch. Still, back at the academy, guilt plagued Lissa. Christian greeted her return happily, showering her with kisses and hugs. She firmly believed Jill had overreacted, yet each time Lissa looked at Christian, she kept thinking about that kiss with Aaron. Was it as wrong as Jill had implied? It had been casual and under the influence of alcohol. Lissa knew telling Christian would upset him, though. And she hated to bring that on. Avery, listening as Lissa deliberated, agreed that there was no need to worry about it. Yet, as I looked at her through Lissa's eyes, my impression was that Avery was more worried about what Lissa's emotional reaction would be if she and Christian had a blowout. The moral seemed beside the point. Avery wanted to protect Lissa. It seemed like it was all going to blow over, until later in the day, when Lissa met up with Christian to walk to dinner. His face was a storm cloud as he approached Lissa in her dorm's lobby. His pale blue eyes looking like they could shoot lightning bolts. "When were you going to tell me?" he demanded. His voice was loud, and several passing people turned in surprise. Lissa hurried him to a corner, pitching her voice low. "What are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about. You using your weekend getaway as a chance to hook up with other guys." She stared at him for several heavy seconds. Then the truth hit. "Jill told you?" "Yes. I had to drag it out of her. She showed up to practice with me and was on the verge of tears." Uncharacteristic anger suddenly burned through Lissa. She had no right. You had no right. Do you honestly think you could do something like that without ever letting me know? Christian. It was a stupid drunk kiss, for God's sake. A joke because he saved me from falling off a table. It meant nothing. Christian's face grew pensive. And Lissa thought for sure he was about to agree with her. "It would have been nothing," he said at last, "if you'd told me yourself. I shouldn't have had to hear it from someone else." Jill dash. "Isn't the problem. You are." Shock stunned Lissa for a moment. "What are you saying?" Christian suddenly looked weary. He rubbed his eyes. "I don't know. It's just, things have been rough lately. I'm just not sure if I can deal with all this. You were picking fights with me before you left, and now this? Why won't you listen?" "It was nothing." Even Avery agreed. "Oh," said Christian sarcastically, "if Avery agreed, then it must be okay." Lissa's temper raised its ugly head. "What's that supposed to mean? I thought you liked her." "I do. But I don't like how you're confiding in her more than me lately. You didn't have a problem with me confiding in Rose." "Avery's not Rose." "Christian." He shook his head. "Look. I don't really want to go to dinner anymore. I just need to think." "When am I going to see you again?" she asked frantically. Her anger had been supplanted by fear. "I don't know. Later." He left without another word. Lissa stared after him, aghast as he walked out of the lobby. She wanted to go throw herself at him, beg him to come back and forgive her. There were too many people around, however, and she refused to make a scene or intrude on his space. Instead, she took off to the only resource she had left, Avery. "Didn't expect to see you again," Avery said, opening the door to her room. "What are you, Jesus Christ? What's the matter?" She ushered Lissa in and demanded the story. With a lot of tears and near hysteric rambling, Lissa related what had happened with Christian. "And I don't know what he meant. Does he want to break up? Will he come talk to me later? Should I go to him?" Lissa buried her face in her hands. "Oh God. You don't think there's anything going on with him and Jill, do you? Jailbait? No, exclaimed Avery. Of course not. Look, you need to calm down. You're freaking me out. This is going to be okay. Anxiety lined Avery's face, and she went to get Lissa a glass of water. Then, reconsidering, she poured a glass of wine instead. Sitting alone. Lissa felt her wild emotions torment her. She hated what she'd done. She felt like there was something wrong with her. First she'd alienated me, and now Christian. Why couldn't she keep her friends? What did it take? Was she really going crazy? She felt out of control and desperate. And bam! Suddenly, and without warning, I was shoved out of Lissa's head. Her thoughts disappeared completely. I'd neither left of my own choice, nor had I been snapped back because of something in my own body. I stood in the room alone. Having come to a standstill while pacing and thinking. Never had anything like that happen to me. This had been like a physical force. Like a glass wall or force field slamming down in front of me and pushing me back. It had been an outside power. It hadn't come from me. But what was it? Had it been Lissa? To my knowledge. She'd never been able to feel me in her head. Had that changed? Had she kicked me out? Had her spinning feelings grown so strong that there was no room for me? I didn't know. And I didn't like any of it. When it had happened, aside from the sensation of being pushed, I'd experienced another strange feeling. It was like a fluttering. As if someone had reached in and tickled my mind. I'd had brief warm and cold flashes, and then it had all stopped once I was out of her head. It had felt invasive. And it had also felt familiar. Chapter 23. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember where I'd felt it before. Considering everything else that had been happening to me. The fact that I'd even recalled it at all was remarkable. My memories were a little scattered, but I did my best to sift through them, wondering where I had experienced that tickling in my brain. I received no answers, and pondering it all soon became as frustrating as coming up with an escape plan. And as more time passed, I realized I really did need an escape plan. The endorphin withdrawal was killing me, but I was thinking more and more clearly as the effects left my system. I was astonished at how out of it I'd let myself become. As soon as I'd allowed Dimitri to bite me, I'd fallen apart. I'd lost my higher reasoning. I'd lost my strength and skills. I'd become soft and silly and stupid. Well, not entirely. If I'd completely lost it, I'd be a Strigoi now. There was some comfort, at least, in knowing that even while high on bites, some part of me had still fought through and refused to succumb. Knowing I wasn't as entirely weak as I'd believed helped keep me going. It made it easier to ignore the yearning in my body. To distract myself with bad TV and eating all the food in the little refrigerator. I even stayed awake for a long time in the hopes of exhausting myself. It worked. And I crashed as soon as I hit the pillow, drifting into a dreamless sleep with no withdrawal effects. I was awakened later when a body slid into bed beside me. I opened my eyes and stared right into Dimitri's red ones. For the first time in days, I looked at him with fear, not love. I kept that off my face, though, and smiled at him. I reached out and touched his face. "You're back. I missed you." He caught my hand and kissed my palm. I had things to do. The shadows shifted on his face. And I caught the tiniest glimpse of dried blood near his mouth. Grimacing, I rubbed it off with my finger. "So I see. It's the natural order, Rose. How are you feeling?" "Better. Except." "What?" I looked away, conflicted again. The look in his eyes just then was more than simple curiosity. There was concern there, only a little, but it was there. Concern for me. And yet only a moment ago. I'd wiped blood from his face, blood from some poor person whose life had been snuffed out within the last few hours, most likely. I was in Lissa's head, I said at last. There was no harm in telling him this. Like Nathan, he knew she was at the academy. Anne. I got pushed out. Pushed out? Yeah. I was seeing through her eyes like I usually do. And then some force. I don't know, an invisible hand shoved me out. I've never felt anything like it. Maybe it's a new spirit ability. Maybe. Except, I've been watching her regularly. And I've never seen her practice or even consider anything like that. He shrugged slightly and put an arm around me. Being awakened gives you better senses and accessibility to the world. But it doesn't make you omniscient. I don't know why that happened to you. Clearly not omniscient, or else Nathan wouldn't want information about her so badly. Why is that? Why are the Strigoi fixated on killing the royal lines? We know they've been doing it, but why? What does it matter? Isn't a victim, especially when plenty of Strigoi used to be royal moroi? That requires a complicated answer. A large part of hunting moroi royalty is fear. In your old world, royalty are held above all others. They get the best guardians, the best protection. Yes, that was certainly true. Lissa had discovered that much at court. If we can still get to them through that. Then what does it say? It means no one is safe. It creates fear, and fear makes people do foolish things. It makes them easier prey. That's horrible. Prey or dash. Yeah, I know. Prey or predator. His eyes narrowed slightly, apparently not liking the interruption. He let it go. There's also a benefit to unraveling moroi leadership. That creates instability, too. Or maybe they'd be better off with a change of leadership, I said. He gave me another odd look, and I was a bit startled myself. There I was, thinking like Viktor Dashkov again. I realized I should just be quiet. I wasn't behaving like my usual scattered and high self. What's the rest? The rest, a smile curved up his lips. The rest is prestige. We do it for the glory of it. For the reputation it gives us and the satisfaction of knowing we're responsible for destroying that which others haven't been able to destroy for centuries. Simple Strigoi nature. Malice, hunting, and death. There didn't need to be any other reasons. Dimitri's gaze moved past me to my bedside table. It was where I took off all my jewelry at night and laid it out. All his gifts were there, glittering like some pirate's treasure. Reaching over me, he lifted up the Nazar on its chain. You still have this? Yup. Not as pretty as your stuff, though. Seeing the blue eye reminded me of my mother. I hadn't thought about her in a very long time. Back in Bea. I'd grown to see Alina as a secondary mother, but now I kind of wished for my own. Janine Hathaway might not cook and clean, but she was smart and competent. And in some ways, I realized with a start, we thought alike. My traits had come from her, and I knew with certainty that in this situation, she wouldn't have stopped planning escape. This I haven't seen before, Dimitri said. He'd set the Nazar back down and picked up the plain silver ring Mark had given me. I hadn't worn it since I was last in the Belaikov house and had set it on the table next to the Nazar. I got it while I was I stopped. Realizing I hadn't ever brought up my travels before Novosibirsk. While you were what? While I was in your hometown. In Bea. Dimitri was playing with the ring, moving it from fingertip to fingertip, but he paused and glanced over at me when I said the name. You were there? Strangely, we hadn't talked much about that. I'd mentioned Novosibirsk a few times. But that was it. I thought that's where you'd be, I explained. I didn't know that Strigoi did their hunting in cities here. I stayed with your family. His eyes returned to the ring. He continued playing with it, twirling it and rolling it around. And they were nice. I liked them. I hung out with Victoria a lot. Why wasn't she at school? It was Easter. Ah. Right. How was she? Fine, I said quickly. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about that last night with her and Roland. Carolina's good too. She reminds me of you. She really laid into some damper guys who were causing trouble. He smiled again, and it was nice. I mean, the fangs still made it creepy, but it didn't have that sinister edge I'd come to expect. There was fondness in his face, true affection that startled me. I can see Carolina doing that. Did she have her baby yet? Yeah, I was still a little thrown off by that smile. It was a girl. Zoya. Zoya, he repeated, still not looking at me. Not a bad name. How was Sonia? Okay. I didn't see too much of her. She's a little touchy. Victoria says it's because of the pregnancy. Sonia's pregnant too? Oh. Yeah. 6 months, I think. His smile dimmed a little bit, and he almost seemed concerned. I suppose it had to happen sooner or later. Her decisions aren't always as wise as Carolina's. Carolina's children were by choice. I'm guessing Sonia's was a surprise. Yeah. I kind of got that feeling too. He ticked off the rest of his family members. My mother and grandmother? Fine. Both of them. This conversation was becoming increasingly strange. Not only was it the first normal one we'd had since I'd arrived. It was also the first time he'd really seemed interested in anything that wasn't Strigoi related or that didn't involve kissing and biting. Aside from some reminiscing about our early fights together and the teasing reminders of sex in the cabin. Your grandmother scared me a little. He laughed, and I flinched. It was so close to his old laugh. Closer than I'd ever imagined it could be. Yes, she does that to people. And she pretended not to speak English. That was a pretty small detail in the grand scheme of things, but it still kind of pissed me off. Yes, she does that too. He continued smiling, voice fond. Do they all still live together? In that same house? Yup. I saw the books you told me about. The pretty ones, but I couldn't read them. That's where I first got into American westerns. Man. I loved making fun of you over those. He chuckled. Yes, between that, your stereotypes about Eastern European music, and the whole comrade thing, you had plenty of material. I laughed too. Comrade and the music were kind of out of line. I'd almost forgotten about my old nickname for him. It didn't fit anymore. But you brought the cowboy thing on yourself. Between the leather duster and dash, I stopped. I'd started to mention his duty to help those in need, but that was hardly the case anymore. He didn't notice my lapse. And then you left them and came to Novosibirsk? Yeah. I came with those dampiers I was hunting with, those other unpromised ones. I almost didn't, though. Your family wanted me to stay. I thought about doing it. Dimitri held the ring up to the light, face shadowed with thought. He sighed. You probably should have. They're good people. They are, he said softly. You might have been happy there. Reaching over, he set the ring back on the table and then turned to me, bringing our mouths together. It was the softest, sweetest kiss he'd given me as a Strigoi. And my already considerable shock increased. The gentleness was fleeting, though, and a few seconds later, our kissing returned to what it usually was, forceful and hungry. I had a feeling he was hungry for more than just kissing, too, despite having fed recently. pushing aside my confusion over how, well, normal and kind he'd seemed while talking about his family. I tried to figure out how I was going to dodge more biting without raising suspicion. My body was still weak and wanting it, but in my head, I felt more like myself than I had in ages. Dimitri pulled up from the kiss, and I blurted out the first thing that came to mind before he could do anything else. "What's it like?" "What's what like?" "Kissing." He frowned. "Score 1 for me." I'd momentarily baffled an undead creature of the night. Sydney would be proud. "What do you mean?" "You said being awakened enhances all the senses. Is kissing different then?" Understanding flashed over his features. "It is, kind of. My sense of smell is stronger than it used to be, so your scent comes through much more intensely, your sweat. The shampoo in your hair, it's beyond what you can imagine. Intoxicating. And of course, sharper taste and touch make this better." He leaned down and kissed me again. And something about his description made my insides queasy in a good way. That wasn't supposed to happen. My hope was to distract him, not myself. When we were outside the other night, the flowers were really strong. If they're strong to me, are they overwhelming to you? I mean, do the scents get to be too much? And so it began. I bombarded him with as many questions as I could, asking him about all aspects of Strigoi life. I wanted to know what it was like, how he felt. I asked everything with curiosity and enthusiasm, biting my lip and turning thoughtful at all the right places. I could see his interest grow as I spoke. Though his attitude was brisk and efficient, in no way resembling our earlier affectionate conversation. He was hoping that I was finally on the verge of agreeing to turn. As the questioning continued, so also did my outward signs of fatigue. I yawned a lot, lost my train of thought a lot. Finally, I rubbed my eyes with my hands and yawned again. There's so much I didn't know, still don't know. I told you it was amazing. Honestly, some of it was. Most of it was creepy as hell, but if you got over the whole undead and evil thing, there were definitely some perks to being Strigoi. I have more questions, I murmured. I closed my eyes and sighed, then opened them as though forcing myself to stay awake. But I'm so tired. I still don't feel good. You don't think I have a concussion, do I? No. And once you're awakened, it won't matter anyway. But not until you answer the rest of my questions. The words were muffled in a yawn, but he understood. It took him a while to respond. Okay. Not until then. But time is running out. I told you that before. I let my lids drift closed then. But it's not the second day yet. No, he said quietly. Not yet. I lay there, steadying my breathing as much as I could. Would my act work? It was highly possible he would still drink from me even if he thought I was asleep. I was taking a gamble here. One bite, and all my work to fight the withdrawal would be wasted. I'd reset to how I'd been. As it was, I had no clue how I was going to dodge a bite next time, but then, I didn't think there'd be a next time. I'd be a Strigoi by then. Dimitri lay beside me for a few more minutes, and then I felt him move. Inside, I braced myself. Damn. Here it came. The bite. I'd been certain that our kissing was part of the allure of him drinking from me, and that if I just fell asleep, the allure would be gone. Apparently not. All my pretending was for nothing. It was all over. But it wasn't. He got up and left. When I heard the door close, I almost thought it was a scam. I thought for sure he was trying to fake me out and still actually stood in the room. Yet when I felt the Strigoi nausea fade, I realized the truth. He really had left me thinking I needed to sleep. My act had been convincing. I immediately sat up, turning a few different things over in my mind. In that last bit of his visit, he'd reminded me more than ever of the old Dimitri. Sure, he'd still been Strigoi through and through, but there'd been something else. A bit of warmth to his laugh. Sincere interest and affection upon hearing about his family. Had that been it? Had hearing news of his family triggered some piece of his soul buried within the monster? I confess. I felt a little jealous at the thought that they might have wrought the change in him that I couldn't. But he'd still had that same warmth in talking about us, just a little. No. I had to stop this. There was no change. No reversal of his state. It was wishful thinking, and the more I regained my old self, the more I realized the truth of the situation. Dimitri's actions had made me recall something. I'd completely forgotten about Oksana's ring. I picked it up from the table and slipped it on my finger. I felt no noticeable change. But if the healing magic was still in it, it might help me. It could expedite my body and mind healing from the withdrawal. If any of Lissa's darkness was bleeding into me, the ring could help dampen that, too. I sighed. No matter how often I told myself I was free of her, I never would be. She was my best friend. We were connected in a way that few could understand. The denial I'd been living under lifted. I regretted my actions with Adrian now. He'd come to me for help, and I'd thrown his kindness back in his face. Now I was bereft of communication with the outside world. And thinking of Lissa reminded me again of what had happened earlier when I'd been in her mind. What had pushed me out? I hesitated, pondering my course of action. Lissa was far away and possibly in trouble. Dimitri and the other Strigoi were here. But I couldn't walk away quite yet. I had to take one more look at her. Just a quick one. I found her in an unexpected place. She was with Deirdre, a counselor on campus. Lissa had been seeing a counselor ever since Spirit had begun manifesting. But it had been someone else. Expanding my senses to Lissa's thoughts, I read the story. Her counselor had left shortly after the school's attack. Lissa had been reassigned to Deirdre, who had once counseled me when everyone thought I was going crazy over Mason's death. Deirdre was a very polished-looking Moroi. Always meticulously dressed with her blonde hair styled to perfection. She didn't look much older than us, and with me, her counseling method had resembled a police interrogation. With Lissa, she was more gentle. It figured. Lissa, we're a little worried about you. Normally, you would have been suspended. I actually stopped that from happening. I keep feeling like there's something going on that you aren't telling me. Some other issue. Lissa suspended? I again reached in to read the situation and found it. Last night, Lissa and others had been busted for breaking into the library of all places and having an impromptu party complete with alcohol and destruction to some of the property. Good God. My best friend needed to join AA. Lissa's arms were crossed, her demeanor almost combative. There's no issue. We were just trying to have fun. I'm sorry for the damage. If you want to suspend me, go ahead. Deirdre shook her head. That's not my decision. My concern is the why here. I know you used to suffer from depression and other problems because of your, magic. But this feels more like some kind of rebellion. Rebellion? Oh, it was more than that. Since their fight, Lissa had been unable to find Christian, and it was killing her. She couldn't handle downtime now. All she thought about was him or me. Partying and risk-taking were the only things that could distract her from us. Students do this stuff all the time, argued Lissa. Why is it a big deal for me? Well, because you put yourself in danger. After the library, you were on the verge of breaking into the pool. Swimming while intoxicated is definite cause for alarm. Nobody drowned. Even if someone had started to, I'm sure that between all of us, we could have pulled them out. It's just alarming. Considering some of the self-destructive behaviors you once exhibited, like the cutting. So it went for the next hour, and Lissa did as good a job as I used to in dodging Deirdre's questions. When the session ended, Deirdre said she wasn't going to recommend disciplinary action. She wanted Lissa back for more counseling. Lissa would have actually preferred detention or cleaning boards. As she stalked furiously across campus, she spotted Christian going in the opposite direction. Hope lit the blackness of her mind like sunshine. "Christian," she yelled, running up to him. He stopped, giving her a wary look. "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" She wanted to throw herself in his arms and have him tell her everything would be okay. She was upset and overwhelmed and filled with darkness, but there was a piece of vulnerability there that desperately needed him. "I haven't been able to find you." "I've just been," his face darkened. "I don't know." "Thinking. Besides, from what I hear, you haven't been too bored." No surprise, everyone knew about last night's fiasco. That kind of thing spread like wildfire thanks to the Academy's gossip mill. "It was nothing," she said. The way he regarded her made her heart ache. "That's the thing," he said. "Everything's nothing lately. All your partying. Making out with other guys. Lying." "I haven't been lying," she exclaimed. "And when are you going to get over Aaron?" "You aren't telling me the truth." "It's the same thing." It was an echo of Jill's sentiment. Lissa barely knew her and was really starting to hate her. "I just can't handle this. I can't be a part of you going back to your days of being a royal girl doing crazy stunts with your other royal friends." Here's the thing. If Lissa had elaborated on her feelings more, on just how much her guilt and depression were eating her up and making her spin out of control, well, I think Christian would have been there for her in an instant. Despite his cynical exterior, he had a good heart and Lissa owned most of it. Or used to. Now all he could see was her being silly and shallow and returning to a lifestyle he despised. "I'm not," she exclaimed. "I'm just. I don't know. It just feels good to sort of let loose." "I can't do it," he said. "I can't be with you if that's your life now." Her eyes went wide. "Are you breaking up with me?" I don't know. "Yeah, I guess." Lissa was so consumed by the shock and horror of this that she didn't really see Christian the way I did, didn't see the agony in his eyes. It destroyed him to have to do this. He was hurting too, and all he saw was the girl he loved changing and becoming someone he couldn't be with. Things aren't the way they used to be. "You can't do that," she cried. She didn't see his pain. She saw him as being cruel and unfair. "We need to talk about this, figure it out. The time for talking's past," he argued. "You should have been ready to talk sooner, not now, not when things suddenly aren't going your way." Lissa didn't know whether she wanted to scream or cry. She just knew she couldn't lose Christian, not after losing me, too. If she lost both of us, there was nothing left for her in the world. "Please, don't do this," she begged. "I can change." "I'm sorry," he snapped. "I just don't see any evidence of that." He turned and abruptly walked away. To her, his departure was harsh and cold. But again, I'd seen the anguish in his eyes. I think he left because he knew if he stayed, he wasn't going to be able to go through with this decision that hurt but that he felt was right. Lissa started to go after him when a hand suddenly pulled her back. She turned and saw Avery and Adrian standing there. From the looks on their faces, they'd overheard everything. "Let him go," said Adrian gravely. He'd been the one to grab her. He dropped his hand and laced his fingers through Avery's. "Going after him now's just going to make it worse. Give him his space." "He can't do this," said Lissa. "He can't do this to me. He's upset, said Avery, her concern mirroring Adrian's. He isn't thinking straight. Wait for him to cool off, and he'll come around. Lissa stared off after Christian's retreating figure, her heart breaking. I don't know. I don't know if he will. Oh God. I can't lose him. My own heart broke. I wanted so badly to go to her. To comfort her and be there for her. She felt so alone, and I felt horrible for leaving her. Something had pushed her into this downward spiral, and I should have been there to help her out of it. That was what best friends did. I needed to be there. Lissa turned back and looked at Avery. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Avery met her eyes. But when she did, the strangest thing happened. Avery wasn't looking at her. She was looking at me. Oh geez. Not you again. The voice rang in my head, and snap. I was out of Lissa. There it was. The mental shove, the brush of my mind and waves of hot and cold. I stared around my room, shocked at how abrupt the transition had been. Yet I'd learned something. I knew then that Lissa hadn't been the one to shove me out before or now. Lissa had been too distracted and too distraught. The voice? That hadn't been hers either. And then I finally remembered where I'd felt that brushing touch in my head. Oksana. It was the same sensation I'd experienced when she had reached out to my mind. Trying to get a feel for my moods and intentions, an action that both she and Mark admitted was invasive and wrong if you weren't bonded to someone. Carefully, I replayed what had just happened with Lissa. Once again, I saw those last few moments. Blue-gray eyes staring at me, not Lissa. Lissa hadn't pushed me out of her head. Avery had.